What's up for me? What's up? I'm gonna start the show before the show actually starts because it takes a minute for people to get in here. A dub is a dub. I remember when Trump's granddaughter said that. What's her name? Kylie or something? Kaylee? She was like, a dub is a dub. I'm like, yeah, that's right. A dub is a dub. Come on in, you guys. Let's start this show. I was gonna do the whole like first degree thing today, but I'll do it tomorrow morning. It's okay. Sorry, Maverick is also here, so Big Mav is in the house. Hey, what's up? That's me and my little co-host. Maverick is so cute. I know. He's enjoying himself. A dub is a dub. Yo, when I tell you the whites have found my channel, it is just too funny. Okay? The whites have found my channel. Hey, Queen. Maverick, your aunties are saying hi. Your aunties are saying hi to you, Maverick. Yeah. Your aunties are saying hi. Oh, yeah, the white. Oh, yeah, it happened this morning, right? I wake up this morning. Mavi, hold on. Let mommy talk. No, baby boy. Mavi, let mommy talk a little bit, please, okay? I wake up this morning, I get all these like YouTube notifications. I was like, the whites have found my channel. The Ku Klux Klan. I'm like, the Klan has found my channel. What is going on with the Klan channel? They're crazy. No, they're so funny. They're just too funny. I know. I like the whites have found my channel. That's when white girls want to ask me like, oh. Maverick is so vocal. Maddie, are you okay? I love hearing his voice. I love his voice. I love his little voice, little baby voice. Oh. You know, one day he's going to be like 5. That's crazy. He's so cute. No man. ¿Qué pasó? What's happening? Oh, he's so cute. I know. Africa's a little prophet. No, Maddie. What's that? What's happening? You're so cute. I know. You're so cute. You're so cute. Mm-hmm. You want to talk? You want to talk with Carmelo? Oh, okay. I know. You have a message? You have a message? Oh, you're so cute. There you go. Mm-hmm. Love you. Oh, mommy got it in there. I sure did. You like it? I know. You're so cute. You have a message for Carmelo. Say, Carmelo, you're home. Makes me happy. They're so cute. Good job, Maggie. You're so cute. What a cute little baby. What the heck? What's going on with this baby, y'all? Maggie, what's going on? Huh? Oh, the bell reduction. Yeah, we're going to talk about the bell reduction. Hold on. Maggie. We're not going to do this so quiet. Okay, no problem. I know. I know. I know. I get it. I know. It's so cute. Yeah, we're going to talk about the bell reduction. Hold on. I thought Maverick could be calm. But he wants to talk, so. Ah, look, y'all see my stuff? Ah, I'm walking around again. Look, I'm like, what the heck? Thank God I'm covered. Jesus. This is crazy. I'm like walking in front of y'all stuff. Hold on. Maverick, come on, don't embarrass yourself. Thank God I am covered. Oh my gosh. Okay, come on. Come out of this thing. Okay, no problem. That's good. You made mommy get up like this. You cute little baby. Okay. That's okay. It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I thought you wanted to enjoy the word of it. No, you don't want to. That's fine. You don't have to. Okay? You don't have to. Come on, yeah, you're walking and stuff. Come on, little baby. Sit down. I'm out here welding and stuff. Let me see. Sorry, peoples. Sorry. Apologies. You okay? The co-host is loud. But yeah. Is anybody okay? We can start. It's like 20 people. We can start. Right, Maverick? You made it all about you. You want to say hi? Huh? Want to say hi? Say hi, everybody. Say hi. Okay, no, not this stuff. Say hi. Say hi, my V. Say hi, aunties. What's up, family? Say hi. Say hi. Say hi. Yo, Maverick would have come outside and say hi to y'all. I thought I could put him in the bathwater. He was going to enjoy himself. He's like, nope. He's not feeling it. So say hi, Auntie Queen. Say hi. Say hi. Say hi. Oh, you're so cute. You're so cute. Okay, let's do this then. Because you want to be next to me. We're going to do this together. All right, y'all ready? So first, let me play this video. Let me start with this video. Hold on. Let me start by sharing my screen so you can see. Yeah, it's not easy with the little baby. Hold on. Let's start this video.
About the $1 million bond is absolutely ridiculous because under the Fifth Amendment, bonds should be co-defendants to the robbery if that's the way the case is cast. The whole thing about the $1 million bond is absolutely ridiculous because under the Fifth Amendment, bonds shall be reasonable, and reasonable has been interpreted for the last 230 years by the U.S. Supreme Court and most appellate courts as meaning simply enough to ensure that a person shows up until the charges are disposed of. No more, no less, but there's a trend that the liberal side has set up to punish people who are charged. And under American law, you're presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. An indictment or a charge is presumed under American law to be an accusation only and a mistaken one. So there you go. What you have is a DA's office that seems to have relied upon some political pressure so that the elected DA is returned to his job, his stable job, which in today's market, when it comes to lawyers, is a rare thing because few lawyers actually can earn a decent living when they practice law. Some do because they work for large firms.
Okay. So let's look over here. Let's look at what AI has to say. It's okay. Excessive bail is a bail that is higher than what is reasonable to ensure a defendant appears in court. The Eighth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution protects against excessive bail. How is excessive bail determined? Bail is excessive. Hold on. Bail is excessive if it's higher than what's reasonably calculated to ensure the defendant's appearance in court. So $1 million, that was crazy. Bail should be reasonable and not punitive. $1 million, it was punitive. Okay, factors that might justify higher bail: risk of flight. He's 17. Risk to public safety. No. Serious charges. Hold on. Serious charges such as sexual assault or murder. History of bail jumping or failing to appear. Criminal record, including violent offenses. Limited or no family or community ties to the area. Okay. How can a defendant challenge excessive bail? The defendant can move for a reduction. If the motion is denied, the defendants can appeal to the courts of appeal. If the appeal to the Court of Appeals is unsuccessful, the defendant can appeal to the Supreme Court. Okay. Eighth Amendment protection. The Eighth Amendment also prohibits cruel and unusual punishment and excessive fines. All right. So $1 million was truly, truly, truly excessive. So let Judge Joe Brown say it again. Okay. Let him say it again.
$1 million bond is absolutely. What happens is be victim of the robbery. So what happens is, under the felony murder theory, the person that's charged with the homicide and the robbery is the survivor. In this case, one of the should be co-defendants to the robbery, if that's the way the case is cast. The whole thing about the $1 million bond is absolutely ridiculous, because under the Fifth Amendment, bonds shall be reasonable, and reasonable has been interpreted for the last 230 years by the U.S. Supreme Court and most appellate courts as meaning simply enough to ensure that a person shows up until the charges are disposed of. No more, no less, but there is a trend that the liberal side has set up to punish people who are charged. And under American law, you're presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. An indictment or a charge is presumed under American law to be an accusation only, and a mistaken one. So there you go. What you have is a DA's office that seems to have relied upon some political pressure so that the elected DA is returned to his job, his stable job, which in today's market, when it comes to lawyers, is a rare thing, because few lawyers actually can earn a decent living when they practice law. Some do because they work for large firms, and large firms act on volume and reputation, even if they don't deliver a damn thing. So we have the games that are played with that.
Let me give a little bit of background here. So it said the incident happened.
So I hope you understand what he's saying, right? Because when you are a district attorney, if I'm not mistaken, you get elected, right? You are elected as a DA, right? So because people are elected by the population, right? Many, many times there is pressure, because you're not really autonomous, because you need the people to like you or you're not going to get reelected, right? So to please the population, right, a DA can overcharge, act for excessive bail and things like that, because they want the people on their side, even though what they do or what they intend to do could be completely unconstitutional. Does that make sense? And so for those who are saying, oh, this is not about race, I had this goofy ass white girl in my comment earlier asking me, oh, what is a racist? And I'm like, I don't know, white woman, you tell me. I mean, after all, you people have like what, master degrees and like PhDs in gaslighting. So impress me. Like, how can a white woman ask a black person what is a racist? How disrespectful. Then she gonna hit me with the, oh, my daughter is biracial. And I'm like, yeah, I feel sorry for her. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure you'll raise her to be a Karen a la mode. Imagine being married to a black man, having a biracial child, and then saying, asking her, what's a racist? Poor child. But I did say to her, though, if she ever needs to know how to do her hair, don't be a stranger, because water alone is not going to do it. Anyways, does that make sense, you guys? Maybe let me play this video. Let's see if this video can explain that to us, right? Let's see.
Welcome to County Office, your ultimate guide to local government services and public records. Let's get started. How to become a district attorney. Are you intrigued by the world of law and justice? Does the idea of prosecuting criminals and seeking justice for victims excite you? Well, buckle up, because we're going to walk you through the steps to become a district attorney. Firstly, you need to have a bachelor's degree. This can be in any field, but pre-law or criminal justice might give you a head start. Next, you'll need to pass the law school admission test, or LSAT, to get into law school. This is where the fun begins. In law school, you'll spend about 3 years studying everything from constitutional law to legal writing. You'll also participate in mock trials and internships to gain practical experience. Once you've earned your Juris Doctor (JD) degree, it's time to take the bar exam. This is a rigorous 2-day test that you must pass to practice law. It's tough, but with enough preparation, you'll make it through. After passing the bar, you'll need to gain experience as a prosecutor. This could be as an assistant district attorney or in a similar role. This is where you'll learn the ropes and develop the skills needed to become a district attorney. Finally, you'll need to be elected. District attorneys are typically elected by the voters in their jurisdiction.
Exactly.
So, polish up your public speaking skills and get ready to campaign. And
you see, does that make sense? So a district attorney is an elected position, right? If they were appointed by the governor, I think they would have more autonomy, right? But because they're elected and they need to be reelected, let me also see what their salary is. Okay. District attorney salary in Frisco, Texas. Let's see what they got for me, child. Okay. You see this, right? So look at this. Because all this matters, you guys. That's why I told y'all, like, don't do too much. Like, don't let these people get to you, okay? White people. They want Chinese jobs. Don't worry about it. The average salary for a district attorney in Frisco, Texas is around $94,180 per year. So, like, the person doesn't even make $100,000. Like, they even make 6 figures, okay? So, however, the salary can vary very widely depending on experience, skill level, and specific position. Some roles, like those with more experience, can earn up to $129,160, while others might start at lower salaries, okay? So it's like they make about like a low 6 figures, okay? So they want to make sure they get reelected. So because of that, they can ask for crazy stuff. They can, want stuff that is so absurd. You can charge someone whatever you want. I mean, I don't think you should do that because it could cause bias and that could also muddle the case, right? But first degree murder, excessive. $1 million bond, excessive. And that's why everything, no, she's on to me about the thingy, the lady that I said don't be a stranger to. So it can all be excessive. That's why I say do not let your heart grow weary, right? I think the DA, from what I saw, it seems like he's a white man. He's a white man from Texas. So, they said that a white boy was stabbed in the heart by a black boy in Texas, so he's gonna do the very most, okay, and be a Klansman. So, but don't let that get to you. And the fact that also there's a lot of media coverage also, they're gonna have to be more fair, right? Yeah, first degree murder, like they've known each other for a lifetime. Like, it's so damn stupid. So the same way they reduce the bail, they're gonna reduce the charges because it's very, very silly. It's very, very silly. Like, this is so crazy. So hold on. All right. Very, very, very silly. So this is what Judge Joe Brown was referring to when he said, like, a lot of times they're just looking to get reelected. So they want to please people. Hold on. Let him say it again.
Should be co-defendants to the robbery if that's the way the case is cast. The whole thing about the $1 million bond is absolutely ridiculous because under the Fifth Amendment, bonds shall be reasonable, and reasonable has been interpreted for the last 230 years by the U.S. Supreme Court and most appellate courts as meaning simply enough to ensure that a person shows up until the charges are disposed of. No more, no less, but there's a trend that the liberal side has set up to punish people who are charged. And under American law, you're presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. An indictment or a charge is presumed under American law to be an accusation only and a mistaken one. So there you go. What you have is a DA's office that seems to have relied upon some political pressure so that the elected DA is returned to his job, his stable job, which in today's market, when it comes to lawyers, is a rare thing because few lawyers actually can earn a decent living when they practice law. Some do because they work for large firms, and large firms act on volume and reputation, even if they don't deliver a damn thing. So we have the games that are played with that.
Let me give a little bit of background.
So the DA, like he says, what he's saying is because it's an elected position, that white DA does the most. Like he will throw the book at you so that he can later say, even though he knows he's going to lower the charges, he knows it's utterly garbage, but he's doing it for marketing. Like, you know, he's doing it because he has to do it. So there's so much pressure. He's doing it. Oh, thank you. He is doing it. So like when it comes time for re-election, he can say, oh, I tried, you know, I put $1 million bond, you know, I charged him with first-degree murder. We asked for first-degree murder, right? It's all marketing. He's doing this to please his base, to make sure he gets reelected. That's why I told you, let not your heart grow weary. Okay, we're gonna sort this out. This is not a big deal. This ain't a big problem. This really is not a big problem, you guys. People are gonna be stacking dubs on top of dubs. Like, don't let your heart grow weary. Even the first-degree murder charge is fugazi. First-degree murder, ridiculous. They're complete strangers. So don't even believe that, okay? So now let's watch this video. Hold on.
All right. Good morning, everybody. There's not much I can say, but the judge. All right.
Can you come this
All right.
way?
Sure.
Okay, that's fine, right there.
All right. There's not much I can say. The judge has made the call, and so what's important is what's next. Frisco PD will be finished.
And you see what he said? That's what I'm trying to tell you, right? You have to understand because he's an elected official, probably making like a Mavi, calm down. Okay, because he's an elected official making around $100,000, right? What is he going to do? He's going to throw the book at KARMELO. So he can be like, oh, you know, it's not me, it's the judge. It's the judge. When he knows damn well it don't make no sense. You know what I'm saying? This is a lawyer. He knows it's unconstitutional to charge this boy a $1 million bond, right? But they know. I think a lot of these politicians, because a DA really is a politician, okay? They elected, right? The sad thing is in America, I've come to realize is that people truly play on people's ignorance of the law. You see it a lot, whether it's like conservatives, Democrats, whatever, Republicans, Democrats, people play on people's ignorance of the law, right? So, hey, I got to make sure I look good for my constituents. I got to make sure they reelect me. You understand? So you throw the book at the person when you know damn well it's not constitutional, but they don't know that. They have low IQ. But, well, I tried. The judge said, instead of having integrity and saying, you know what, you guys, it was excessive because this boy had committed no crime. He was really not a flight risk. Don't even have a passport. Mama got a job. Daddy got a job. His 3 other siblings go to school. Like, where are they going to go? Okay? Where are they going to go? Where is he going to go? Like, where are they going to go? Like, everybody sees his face on TV. Where is he going to go? What airport? Where is he going to go? He's all over the news. He's all over social media. Like, where is he going to go? This is ridiculous. You understand? But all of this is marketing, right? Because they need to satisfy their base. And this is why I'm also saying for all the white people who want to gaslight you and make you think, oh, it's not about race. Race has nothing to do with it. If race had nothing to do with it, even this man, even the magistrate when you go into intake, even the magistrate wouldn't have asked for $1 million bail. He wouldn't have done that. Okay, but they knew. White people heard that a black boy stabbed a white boy, an all good American white boy in the heart. Okay, so we got to, oh, bail is $1 million, doing too damn much. What evidence did the magistrate have to say that this boy's a flight risk? You make no damn sense. They go to school there. They live there. They've lived there for a very long time. Mom works there. Daddy works there. 3 other siblings go to school there. The boy has 2 jobs, 3.7 GPA. He plays football. He plays track. Never broke the law. Never been in trouble. Where is he going to go? He's all over the news. Where is he going to go? Doing too damn much. Just like this first-degree murder charge. Fugazi. Like, feed that to the birds. You understand? So it is because it's about race. Because if it wasn't about race, a black boy stabbing a white boy, they would have done their job. They wouldn't have let their emotions or the fear of some political backlash, right, tank them to say, oh, yeah, let's do it because before the white mob gets mad, before the white mob gets upset. You understand? It's very cowardly. It's seriously cowardly. Like, the Constitution is clear. It is very clear. Like, I don't know, these white people, especially white conservatives, hold on. They love to brag on the Constitution until it's time for them to actually really follow the Constitution, right? The Constitution, it's like the rules of the game. It sets the rules. Everybody has to abide by that. So you're either an American or you're not, okay? Exactly, because they're not properly explained to those people, which is what they want. But they're like, oh, it's not about race, it's not about race. If it's not about race, then do your job. If you don't fear the white mobs, do your job. If you don't fear the Klansmen, do your damn job. This boy is not a flight risk. Where is he going to go? Like, where would he go? He's all over TV. Like, where is he going to go? What airport? Even if he wants to go to Mexico, you got to go through the border. I'm sure they got his picture there. If he wants to go through Canada, they got his picture there. Where exactly is he going to go? He doesn't have a passport. So if he would have to go apply for a passport. And even at the State Department, I'm sure they got his picture there too. Like, they're so ignorant. When I tell you the vast majority of white Americans don't even have a passport, this is how you know. Like, they're just so unbelievable. Like, you would think you could just get a passport from the State Department after your picture's been blasted all over the place. They're so remedial. Okay, that's how you know it's about race for these people. It makes no dang sense. So now he's you see, and that's what he said, I didn't do, it's the judge, because he wants to make it about race. Because the judge is black, right? She's black, huh? Because the judge knows the Constitution, okay? Even, what's it called? Hold on, wait a minute, right? Even AI knows the Constitution. They're so damn silly. They are so silly, okay? Excessive bail is a bail that is higher than what is reasonable to ensure a defendant appears in court. Do they truly need, do they truly need $1 million, right? Like, I don't care. Call me whatever you want. You're remedial. If calling you remedial makes me that, I don't care. I don't care about you. Okay, one guy was like, oh, I think you're racist. I'm okay, won't sue me. I don't care. You think I care? I don't care what you think of me. Worry about yourself. I don't care. You're remedial. What the freak? You are so remedial. If you're a white person and you think it's okay to put a $1 million bond for what, on a 17-year-old? Yeah, that makes you remedial, right? It's funny how English is your first language, and when somebody uses English to talk to you, you're like, oh my gosh, learn words, expand your lexicon, acquire more words, okay? So I'm always worried about black people. You are remedial. You are extremely remedial. He is 17 years old. Both of his parents live there. They bought a house there. His siblings go to school there. The parents who work there. Where is he going to go? Where is he going to go? You have a damn Constitution, right? But your trailer park education. So many of you white kids you didn't receive a proper education, right? Did you like grow up around George Bush, like No Child Left Behind? Were you left behind? Like, you're so slow. Mess around and get blocked. Mess with me and get blocked. Mess with me and get blocked. Okay? God said what? God is law. And he said a life for a life. No, you said that. Your God said that. The devil. And yeah, take care of your kids. Okay, take care of your bunch of kids in your trailer. Wash your house, wash your sheets, wash your hair, and most importantly, wash your hands. Get out of here with that. Bunch of weirdos. They're so deranged. They are so deranged. All of a sudden, white people want to say white life for life with all the slavery they've done, with all the slavery you've done, all the way you've killed. Okay, you want to say you want to do life for life? They're so remedial. People who are sitting here waiting for Chinese jobs. They're so remedial. I will never get tired of dragging these people. Okay. Who cares? It's the Klan. They're a bunch of Klansmen. They're a bunch of racist people. And they think they scare someone with their tight ass jokes. Oh yeah, they're gonna get blocked. They're definitely gonna get blocked. They're weird. They're a bunch of weirdos. They're so weird. And they just come with their weird stench of confusion. Like a bunch of weirdos. They are so weird. Like they're born here, they speak English, and they never read the Constitution. What the heck? And they'll wave these big ass American flags. Don't even know what's in the Constitution. Oh yes, Elena, we're back. It's excessive bail. Okay, who's this one? What did it say? Okay, Jedi, I don't really know what your comment means. Jedi, I mean, Mark, if we want to go according to the logic, for all the black people they've murdered, okay, with the, like, okay, oh, please, they're full of it. They are full of it. Don't mind white people and their fake ass virtue signaling. They can go feed that to the birds. They can go play around with blind people. Go find Helen Keller and virtue signal to her. Okay, go find a bunch of blind white children and go virtue signal to those people. Like, imagine that. People who are descendants of slave masters, people who are descendants of KKK people, people whose family members have had a part to play in killing black people, feeding black children to freaking alligators, right? They want to tell you an eye for an eye. That's very rich. They don't even know their history. They don't even know their history. Like I heard this brother the other day. He's like, these white people don't even know their own history. They don't even know their history. They are protected. They're shielded from their own history. That's why they're always fed all these movies and these narratives and the Harry Potter, the Narnia, the Lord of the Rings, right? They really think they're related to people in Harry Potter. Okay? These people really think that they have magic skills and they grew up in a castle somewhere. They're so delusional. They are so remedial. Okay? A whole people. They're always sheltered from their own history. Don't even know their history. Don't even know who they are. They don't know who they are. You know? Of course they're mad. But they're not even mad yet. This is small. The first degree murder charge is going to be dropped. It's ridiculous. It is so ridiculous. I am telling you, we have too many whites in America who are illiterate. They are illiterate. They need help. They need serious help. They love to wave these big old American flags. They love to brag about, I'm so proud to be an American. They don't even know what's in the Constitution. Okay, ask any white American to give you the first 10 amendments. Like, ask them. They can't do it. They can't do it. The vast majority of white Americans, they never even read the Declaration of Independence. They don't even know what these texts are. They don't even know. They don't even know. They think, oh, being an American is about being white. No, you also have to know your text. You got to know your legal text. They don't even know their legal text. They don't even know anything. They're so ignorant. They're so remedial. I can tell you all this. They voted for Trump after all. Think. Okay? Yeah. They don't even know the law. They don't know the law. They don't know the law because they've always been a lawless people. They've always been so lawless. Right? Slavery, lynching, this, and that. They're so lawless people. It is a lawless people. You know, they believe in militias and summary executions and taking stuff into their own hands. It's a lawless people. They're so clueless. There is a constitution in America. It's a real thing. And that's how everybody stays safe because you have the rules and everybody has to respect the rules. You can't just say, oh, well, he's black, so it don't apply. The bail is excessive. The bail had to be reduced. And if you ask me, it wasn't reduced enough. That judge, she should have put the bail at 100,000. It wasn't reduced enough. It was not 200, $250,000 is just too high. I mean, he's only gonna have to pay 25,000, but still, $250,000, it is still too high. She should have put that bail. Hold on. She should have put that bail at $100,000. Like, F out of here with that foolishness. So let's keep watching this.
Up their investigation. They will submit the case to my office. We will review it and ultimately present it to a grand jury. And so that's what's next. It's pretty much all I can say right now. We do our speaking in as far as the facts go in the courtroom. Many of you were in there, so you understand what was said. But this is a terrible tragedy for our entire, not just Frisco, but Collin County community. One family has suffered a permanent loss. It's the most unnatural thing for a parent to lose their child. It's permanent. It's profound. It's certainly premature. And it's the hardest thing that I think a human being can go through is to lose their child. The Anthony.
But also, I think for me, honestly, if I was the lawyer, I'll play the video because I saw Carmelo's lawyer. Honestly, the family needs to fire him. You'll see Carmelo's lawyer. I think the family needs to fire him. Marlene, if I was Carmelo's lawyer, I would file a petition for this man to recuse himself because he's obviously biased. He's spending too much time focusing on the Austin family and this, and that. He's obviously biased. He has chicken aside. And so he should recuse himself, you know? Hold on. Let me put this boy down. Hold on. Let me put this boy down so I can focus. Mary, say goodbye, peoples. I love y'all. He's going to go play downstairs with his peoples. Hold on. I'm going to play this video for you. I'll be right back. Give me a second.
Any family has had a different kind of loss, but not a loss nonetheless. But the judge has made her call, and we look forward to continuing the process and looking forward to reviewing all the facts of the case that Frisco PD is coming up with and present it to a grand jury. What we are concerned about as prosecutors is justice, truth, and accountability. And so we will go where the facts lead us. Thank you so much.
Could you speak about the security and the vitriol and just the safety even for the judge and your officer?
Well, this has definitely rocked our entire community. And so it has struck a nerve in the community. And it's hard for everybody to be level-headed at a time like this. So that's where we come in. It's our job to be level-headed, to be fact-based.
You're not fact-based, you're emotional-based. Yeah, Carmelo, I'm going to do another video later because I don't know, maybe they will show my video. Hopefully the family sees my video. But Carmelo's lawyer needs to be fired. He needs to be fired. Because me, after this press conference, I am filing. I am filing. This man needs to recuse himself. Because look, you see how he's talking? Oh, they suffered a permanent loss. It's so permanent. It is so permanent. You are already, okay? You already swaying the jury. You should come out there. You should say, okay, the bail is now $250,000. We'll see you guys in court. And to the families, we wish everybody the best. We'll do everything in our power to keep Frisco safe and to make everybody feel reassured. He needs to move. Like, you cannot play with these people. You cannot play with white people. You cannot play with, like, to me, I've come to realize this. When it comes to the law, you got to find everything your opponent is doing wrong. And you file injunction after injunction. Me, Marlene, I got time for these people. You said what? Oh, injunction, bias. You do as much as you can to go through every single prosecutor until they get tired. Okay? You cannot stop. You don't play nice with white folks. You do not play nice with white folks. They act calm. Oh, I promise it's not about race. No, the calmer they are, the more they're about to screw you over. Don't do it. But there's a new lawyer. He needs to be fired. They need to take a new lawyer. He needs to file a motion for this man to recuse himself. Because what he's saying here is extremely dangerous. Because he's playing to the narrative that one family lost a child. Oh my gosh. You were not there, sir. You don't even know what happened. Right? He's dead. Okay. But just because he's dead does not mean he was not an aggressor. Exactly. Or maybe I just feel like he's just so passive. To me, it's really, really passive. Exactly. So there's a lot of bias into what he's saying. Let me play it again. There's a lot of bias, y'all. I don't like it. I do not like it. You need to ask for this man to be moved from the case. Play with me if you want to. Play with me if you want to. I don't. The guy was, you're calling white people remedial. You're racist. I'm not racist. I'm not sitting here oppressing. I have no power to oppress you, nor do I care. God's gonna deal with y'all. But one thing is for sure, though, I'm not fond of white people because you're mean. You're mean. You're mean and you're dangerous. Okay? You love to lie. So people have to be careful. People have to be very careful.
But the judge has made her call, and we look forward to continuing the process and looking forward to reviewing all the facts of the case that Frisco PD is coming up with and presented to a grand jury. What we're concerned about as prosecutors is justice,
Okay.
truth,
Okay.
and accountability.
And that's where you should stop talking. This is where you should have stopped talking. We got to go see the judge because he can't say this. Oh, Lord Jesus, I have time for these people.
And so we will go where the facts lead us.
Okay, and then
Thank you so much.
Could you speak about the security and the vitriol and just the safety even for the judge and your officer?
Well, this has definitely rocked our entire community. And so it has struck a nerve in the community. And it's hard for everybody to be level-headed at a time like this. So that's where we come in. It's our job to be level-headed, to be fact-based, and to follow the truth wherever it leads. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, that's the attorney. We can't do this in here. It's 5 seconds.
My main issue, because I've come to me. Listen, the law is like theater. To me, the law is like theater. My main issue also with Carmelo's lawyer, he's not really imposing. He looks like some starving ass Jesuit priest somewhere that's somewhere in the mountains in Utah that don't eat. He's vegan. Okay, I don't like that. Right? Like you have to be imposing. You really have to be imposing, and you have to look. You have to convey that you have this under control. And it's like this whole Jesuit priest or monk in the mountains of Utah who only eats like apples and almonds. I ain't buying this. He looks like he's vegan. I don't know. I don't like this. Yeah, he is getting vegan and he only drinks like almond milk. I don't like that. Okay, you need a person that can convey a sense of confidence and control over everything. Also, I don't like his height. I don't like that he is shorter than the prosecutor. He needs to have the same amount of height. It's a thing, y'all. It's real. I don't know. It is what it is. People judge you off of looks, People judge you off your looks, And so you, as a defense attorney, especially in a criminal defense attorney, you have to convey a sense of strength, of confidence, right? And also, people have to find you attractive. It does matter, you guys, because all the little things, it's all the little things, right? The more attractive a defense attorney is, the more the jury is going to listen to him, because people who look good get a lot of attention, I mean, look at me, look at my skin, all right? Look at my hair, I mean, look at me, okay, I'm just saying, okay? So you need all of that, right? The law, being a great trial lawyer, is not just about knowing your stuff, right? You also got to make people join your world. Like, you got to make the jury, like the jury has to allow you to lead them so they can see it from your perspective, because nobody was there. So it is your job to transport these people on the scene. People have to see themselves here. Okay? They have to see themselves here. Hold on, where am I? Why is it not changing? Okay, view this on StreamYard. What's happening? Okay, right? They have to see themselves here. At 9 o'clock in the morning, like anywhere from 9 o'clock to like 9:15, it is raining. It probably is even cold. You know what I'm saying? This is a track meet. You got two big ass people that weigh 225. They're linebackers and they know jiu-jitsu. Jiu-jitsu, y'all. Okay? Jiu-jitsu. Okay? Like, what the freak? You're surrounded by metal bleachers. You're surrounded by freaking like concrete stairs and shit, right? This is crazy. This is really crazy, y'all. Okay? Hide the money, y'all. It's poor white people around. You understand me? Right? You got to take them there, because their heart rate, like when they feel it, their heart rate has to go up, because they got to say, damn, I want to use the knife too. There you go. We out of here, y'all. We walking. Okay? That is your job. But to come out here, yeah, we need a freaking dream team. You know what? You need a dream team. Y'all, this stuff is real. Because everything is perception. A courtroom is no different than theater. That's why we're raising all this money. That's why we're raising all this money. because we need a powerful orator that can take the jury, no matter where they come from. These people need to say to themselves, if I was in that position, facing a linebacker while I'm wearing, okay, where's it at? Where's it at? Okay, where's my thing again? Okay, I am facing a linebacker in the rain and I'm wearing some cleats and I'm small. Their entire school is against me. Oh shit, and he knows jiu-jitsu. Jiu-jitsu, y'all. Oh damn, I want to use a knife too. Okay, that is your job. And I said, when I look at Carmelo's lawyer, he looks like a Jesuit priest in the mountains of Utah who fasts all day and is vegan and only drinks almond milk. Okay, we don't need, no, Johnny Cochran did what he did. Okay, Johnny Cochran crawled so I could walk. Okay, we need somebody bigger and better than Johnny Cochran. Okay, don't want the past, want the future. There's something better, there's something more powerful out there. Okay, exactly. What would you have done? Okay, but I'm like, when I saw Carmelo's lawyer, he needs to be fired. Okay, use him for this season, but he has to be fired. He is too small. He is too small. And also, this is Texas. This is Texas, y'all. You need a man also that embodies Texas. This man looks like he lives in Utah, in the mountains somewhere, and he drinks almond milk and he's vegan. He's like a Jesuit priest. Okay? No. I don't like this. Okay? Jiu-jitsu, y'all. The boy knew jiu-jitsu. Okay, we will never stop saying it, you guys. We will never stop saying it. The boy knows jiu-jitsu. Okay? We don't need a vegan, almond milk drinking Jesuit priest from Utah as our defense attorney. Hell no. Hell no. We're not fighting for Whole Foods or freaking like, what's it called again? What's that weird store they like to go to? What's the name again? What's that other store that they like to go to? What's that place called? It's not Whole Foods. Trader Joe's. This man looked like he works at Trader Joe's. Oh, no, ma'am. Oh, no. Whole Foods, Trader Joe's. We don't need this, y'all. We don't need this. So, sis and bro, if y'all watching this, y'all got to fire this man. I don't like him. You got to fire this man. You understand? He can go back to the mountains of Utah, count his almonds, whatever he does is oat milk, okay? And freaking be a Jesuit priest and be vegan, okay? We need somebody that says Texas, like, yeah, we outside, okay? We need somebody that says we outside, because we outside for real. We ain't scared of y'all. You understand? Yeah, exactly. We need somebody that eats bacon, that eats steak, and somebody who knows how to drink a beer and who knows how to talk. We need somebody who really, and also, let me say something, right? Let me tell you something, too. We need a criminal defense attorney who believes in self-defense. You understand? Because there's nothing like Texas than protecting yourself. Nothing says Texas than protecting yourself. Texas people believe in guns. They like, even when you drive into Texas, they say, don't mess with Texas. I'm like, damn. I'm like, this thing is so not friendly. Like, they're crazy. They say, don't mess with Texas. Okay? You need a criminal attorney that believes in self-defense, that believes in the Second Amendment, that believes in the right to protect yourself. You need a lawyer like that. Because if that's his own ethos, oh, we're going home, y'all. We're going home. We're going home, y'all. We're going to crip walk on these white folks. You understand me? We're going home. You need a lawyer who believes in self-defense. Like, he got to be the type of folk that like, yep, I got this kind of gun and this kind of gun and this kind of gun. We need a man who believes in the Second Amendment and who is not remorseful. He's not shy about it, okay? Because then he going to get it. Like, oh, yeah, shit, I want to use my damn shit too. The freak? What do I look like? What do I look like to y'all? They're about to jump me. A whole linebacker that knows jiu-jitsu. Jiu-jitsu, y'all. He knows jiu-jitsu. This is crazy. This is crazy. You're about to mess with me. You guys, it's real. Don't ever go and pick a criminal attorney that looks like a Jesuit priest that drinks almond milk and is a vegan. A vegan in Texas. Oh, that's against the law. The law. What's my girl? Shabana. What's that girl's name, yo? What's her name? Shabana. Yo, what's Shabana's name? The black girl who went to Pakistan. What's her name? Shabana. It's the law. It's the law. Don't be against Allah. Okay? That's the law. That's the law. Don't be against Allah. Okay? How are you going to be in Texas and you don't eat meat? You look like you don't eat meat. You look like his iron levels is low. Okay? He looks like his iron levels are low. He looks like his hemoglobin levels is low. He don't eat meat, y'all. He don't eat meat. And they going to judge him for that. Because I judge them. You see, I judge them, right? They're all going to do it. The judge gonna do it. The DA's gonna do it. The what's it called? The jury's gonna do it. And this is what got Carmelo in problem. Because when Austin looked at Carmelo, he smelled a little punk. He's like, yeah, he's small. You know what I'm saying? Let's not make the same mistake twice. In the words of George Bush Jr., and he's also from Texas. Okay, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, well, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, okay, shame on me. Don't let anybody smell fear off of you. And like I said, if I could see it, they're all going to see it. This man looks like a Jesuit priest who lives in the mountain of Utah, and he drinks almond milk, and he's a vegan. He also looks like he could be a cashier at Trader Joe's. No, ma'am. Exactly. Yeah, we need something like that. Okay, we need a real Texan that drives a crazy ass pickup truck, that goes hunting Friday, Saturday, Sunday, drinks the beer, prays to God, okay? And he believes in self-defense, and he believes in the right to protect yourself. We need a Texan that believes in the Second Amendment. That we don't have confidence. Okay? You, Charles, we already talked about the weight stuff. Y'all always come in here late. Okay? He's actually 160 something. Y'all always come in here late. Go sit down somewhere. Who even talked about his weight? Doing too damn much. We talk about the lawyer that looks like a Jesuit that's fasting all day and just drinks almond milk. It matters, you guys. Looks, they matter. I don't care what nobody says. This is a serious case. This is a serious case. We're looking at first-degree murder, even though it's going to get dropped down. But you see, even me, I could do it. I got time for these white folks. This is Texas, y'all. This is Texas. We believe in the right of self-defense. We believe in stand your ground, and we believe in the right to carry. This is Texas, y'all. Okay, hold them up. Where Beyonce when you need her? Miss Carter out here making album, but we don't know where to see you. We outside, sis. Come outside. Okay, 16 carriage. Girl, bring a 16 carriage full of money, sis. We about to, we going to court, y'all. We're going to court, y'all. Okay? But I'm like, this man, I don't like him. I said, Lacey, I don't like him. He too skinny. Okay, he looked like a Jesuit priest in the mountains of Utah who drinks like he drinks almond milk, and he picks his own vegetables and he eats the vegetables. We don't have time for this. But anyway, let him talk. I'm not a fan of him, and he's not yeah. Child, we are over this. You're wasting your time. Okay, you are wasting your time. You white people, you're so damn slow. You're so slow. I feel sorry for y'all. You're so remedial. I will never stop saying this. You are so damn remedial. Saying all kinds of foolishness. They just love her. You just repeat foolishness. They're scared now, huh? They're scared now, huh? They're scared, huh? Y'all, a dub is a dub. Repeat after me. Type in the comments, y'all. Type in the comments. A dub is a dub. Okay? So, where are we at? Where are we at? Okay? A dub is a dub. So we can put all this to rest. Carmelo is 5'11". 5'11", 160 pounds. Okay? Are you happy now? Are you happy now? Do you feel better? Right? Do you feel better? Right? So now let's go over here. So a 17-year-old that is what? What do you say? How big you say he is? 160. Okay. Come on, white people. So he is 160. Okay. And he's 5'11". Womp womp. Womp womp. Okay. You see, you're so damn dumb. You people are so dumb. Do you not realize that the taller a person is and the least amount they weigh, they're going to be underweight? This mental, the Department of Education, y'all. Okay, for a 17-year-old male at 5'11", weighing 160 pounds, the individual's BMI would fall within a moderate weight range based on a BMI calculator. The moderate range for his height is 136 pounds to 172 pounds. Okay, therefore, his weight is within an acceptable range for his height and his age. All right, let's go. Let's go. Where am I? I'm right here, right? Okay. Now, what about your boy Austin? Let's go. For a 17-year-old male who is 6'2" and weighs 225 pounds, the individual weight is considered overweight. I repeat, a dub is a dub. A dub is a dub. Y'all just want to carry these L's like these burning torches of your forefathers from the KKK, huh? Y'all dying to carry these L's like these goofy ass inflamed crosses, right? Y'all just want to carry these L's. Don't worry. I'll do you a big one. I repeat, a dub is a dub. A dub is a dub, Mark. A dub is a dub, okay? Been a dub. Will always be a dub. We stacking W's. You picking up L's, right? Like these burnt crosses that your forefathers used to carry. Go wear your garbs and get ready to carry these L's. A dub is a dub. 17, 225, your boy's overweight. White man, your boy's overweight. Carmelo has a normal weight. Your boy is overweight, okay? So that's why there's ground for self-defense. Your boy was too damn big, okay? Too big. Too early, too wet. I repeat, your boy was too damn big. It was too damn early at 9 o'clock in the morning, and it was too wet for all this energy. A dub is a dub, okay? You get that? You get that, right? A dub is a dub, right? Carmelo is a normal weight. Your boy is overweight. The bail was set at $1 million and constitutional. It was lowered to 250. I still think it's too high, but I'll take it. Because what? A dub is a dub. We're stacking dubs. You picking up L's, right? Like your forefathers in them goofy ass garbs grabbing these burning L's. Because that's what you deserve. That's what you deserve, okay? I repeat, he is too heavy. It was too wet. And it was too early for all this foolishness. Anything else, Mr. Charles? Okay? Mr. Charles? Anything else? Okay? Okay? Overweight, highly skilled, aggressive, and physically dangerous. Because he also knew jiu-jitsu. Did you know that? Did you know that he knew jiu-jitsu? I bet you didn't, right? I bet you did it. Okay, both the twins, big AF. Did you know he knew jiu-jitsu? You didn't know that, right? You didn't know that. I'm sure you did it. I'm sure you did not, right? So let me have the daddy tell you. Let me have the daddy tell you, child. Let me have the father tell you.
His level of play was above most everyone else. He led the team. He was voted team MVP by his coaches and teammates. He's had multiple coaches, colleges contact him. He is one of the most outstanding, him and his brother both have been athletes all their lives, from soccer to baseball to jiu-jitsu to football. They did it all. And they excelled every time. And I told them, you guys are so lucky because not everyone has your talent, but you have to make sure you take that talent and harness it in the right way. And Austin was able to harness many things in his life.
Okay, well, there you go, right? Did you know that he did jiu-jitsu? Have you ever seen jiu-jitsu? Do you know what jiu-jitsu looks like? I bet you don't. I bet you don't, right? He did jiu-jitsu. So, well, again, Mr. Charles, how can I help you? Awfully quiet. What happened to Mr. Charles, y'all? Where is Charles? Hey, Charles. Hey, Chucky. G. Foolishness. Let's move on. I can talk with these people, Trev.
More seconds? Okay.
He gotta go. He gotta go.
Every Texan has the right to defend themselves when they reasonably fear for their life. Self-defense is a protection that applies to each and every one of us. There are two sides to every story.
Okay, you guys, do you believe him? When he says that, are you believing him? Write 1 if you feel like, yeah, he's making me believe in the right of self-defense. Write 2 in the chat if it's like, nah, Marlene, nah. I don't even feel like he believes in self-defense his damn self, right? And you know what this is giving? Remember how Kamala Harris said she had a Glock and nobody believed her? Like, girl, you have a Glock. Since when? Even Oprah was like, girl, since when you got a Glock? Remember when Oprah asked the lady? Oprah said, since when you got a Glock? So the man says he believes in self-defense. Type a 1 in the chat if you feel convinced that this man truly believes in self-defense. Hey, Janet. And type a 2 if you're like, nah, like you gotta go. He's like, no, yeah, see, it's a 2, you see? Yeah, it's a problem. Hey, Chioma. So if we can feel it, the jury's gonna feel it too. He gotta be fired. And I'm not saying he's not a good lawyer. It's just he's not good at selling it. Yeah, Rocky also said it's a 2. Exactly. Because I believe in it. I'm outside. You're not about to put your hands on me. And you know jiu-jitsu. Fully said, oh, hell no. He sounded like he's scared. His voice is shaky. We got to fire this man. Abundance said, angelic number. Abundance and clarity is giving us an angelic number. 222. It's an angelic number, y'all. We got angels in the chat. We got angels in the chat. Moore said, nah, please give me my case back. Lord, I'd rather defend myself. Bye, Brian. Jen said, you're more passionate. He doesn't believe in it. He doesn't believe it. And that's why he can't have the case. The parents got to take the case away from him. He doesn't believe it. Chioma said he needs a better lawyer. It's a 2. He's not convincing. He's not. So if you yourself don't believe in self-defense, you cannot do this. Jiu-jitsu. China said jiu-jitsu. Right? Nah. Even me. I was like, listen, he knew jiu-jitsu. Yo, that's the first thing I was saying to the mic. Did you know Austin knew jiu-jitsu? Did jiu-jitsu? Jiu-jitsu? I said, yes, y'all. Jiu-jitsu, y'all. And mind you, after Passover, it was a Sunday, it was Passover, y'all, after they killed Jesus. And do you even know that there is a pose in jiu-jitsu called the crucifix? How disrespectful, how sacrilegious. All the Christians need to be offended. If you're a Christian right now, you should be offended, okay? The crucifix. I'm like, y'all, he knew jiu-jitsu? Jiu-jitsu, y'all. Do you know what jiu-jitsu looks like? Y'all, I will be screaming this. He knew jiu-jitsu. I don't care what nobody says. I said, y'all, it was scary. It was wet. It was early. It was dangerous. He's a linebacker, and he knows jiu-jitsu. Jiu-jitsu, y'all. The man knows jiu-jitsu? Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. He never stood a chance. Okay? He never stood a chance, y'all. Are you kidding me? Okay? Jiu-jitsu.
I really like from the crucifix is going for the arm bar. And the way I set this up a lot is I have their arm trapped with my hook, and then they manage to get past my bottom hook like this. And all I'm going to do is switch my legs here. So I have them in the crucifix, and I just press my hips in and get the arm bar like that. One attack I really like from the crucifix is going for the arm bar. And the way I set this up a lot is I have their arm trapped with my hook, and then they manage to...
Jiu-jitsu.
One attack I really like from the crucifix.
The crucifix. Y'all, look at this. Jiu-jitsu.
The punch choke is a super underutilized choke in jiu-jitsu. So all it is you put your fist in their neck.
In the neck.
And especially it's good when they're driving their weight into you, because they're driving their weight and their neck into your fist. So it makes it even more powerful. The punch choke is a super underutilized choke in jiu-jitsu. So all it is you put your fist in their neck like this. And especially it's good when they're driving their weight into you, because they're driving their weight and their neck into your fist. So it makes it even more powerful. The punch choke is a super underutilized choke in jiu-jitsu.
Y'all,
the punch choke is
jiu-jitsu. He knew jiu-jitsu. Oh no, ma'am. Okay.
If I could tell my white belt self one thing to improve the guard, what I would tell myself is to use my feet, make sure I have connection with my feet at all times. So that can look many different ways. It can look like this. It can look like this. It can be here, wherever it is. I need to connect with my feet so I can control them. If I don't use my feet, say I'm here and I'm just like, she's got control of my feet. Now she can move my legs. I can't control her, and it's just no good. So if I use my feet, I can control her mobility and I can attack. So all these sweep submissions, they're based off of where you place your feet. Like here, right? I can sweep her like this using my feet. If she doesn't control my feet, I can lift my hips up, get to triangles, arm bars, all that kind of stuff. So where the feet go is so important.
Jesus Christ. Y'all, he knew jiu-jitsu. Let the lawyer say it again, y'all. We don't believe this man. Matter of fact, watch him walk. Look at this man. There is nothing imposing about this man. If you didn't know any better, you would think he was being held against his will by these black people. This is it, y'all. If you didn't know any better, you would think he was being held against his will by these black people. Oh, he sure did more. Oh, she's the Austin dancer. He excelled in everything, including jiu-jitsu. Jiu-jitsu. I said, oh, Lord, y'all, the crucifix, the arm bar, the whatever. Matissa just poses to kill people. Okay? You just train to kill people. This is crazy. This is crazy. Here's the daddy one more time. Hold on. Stop sharing. Oh my God. Jiu-jitsu. I said, not the jiu-jitsu. Child, the man said jiu-jitsu. He's like, yeah. I was like, wow. This is crazy. Let's look at this, y'all. Let's go. Let's go.
Was above most everyone else. He led the team. He was voted team MVP by his coaches and teammates. He's had multiple coaches, colleges contacting. He is one of the most outstanding, him and his brother both have been athletes all their lives, from soccer to baseball to jiu-jitsu to football. They did it all, and they excelled every time. And I told them, you guys are so lucky, because not everyone has your talent, but you have to make sure you take that talent and harness it in the right way.
Unfortunately, he chose to harness that talent at 9 o'clock in the morning in the rain. Yeah, what if Austin had Carmelo in the headlock? That's what I'm saying. Like, he could have slipped on that knife. He could have slipped on the knife. Like, it's like they make it seem like, oh, he just opened the bag and he just ran. How can you run towards someone who knows jiu-jitsu with a knife in your hand? Oh, beat your ass. Like, make it make sense, y'all. But anyways, let's go back to our Jesuit priest right here. If you didn't know no better, you would think this man was being held hostage by the Nation of Islam. He looks like he's so uncomfortable around black people. I said, oh no, we gotta fire this lawyer. We gotta fire this. He looks so uncomfortable. Like, oh, I'm scared of these black people. I don't really believe it, but they're telling me to say these things. He's not comfortable. He gotta go. He has to go, y'all. Look at him walking in. Y'all, he looks like a Jesuit priest and from the mountains of Utah. I'm telling you. But he was a vegan. He drinks almond milk. Huh? He looks like he's a Tesla protester. Okay? Does he look like he hates driving Tesla? He looks like them people I saw send a Tesla on fire. Okay? He looks like a woke liberal. Oh, like this. Okay? Yeah, I'm like, nah. Like, this man look like he's being held hostage by the Nation of Islam. Assalamu alaikum. This man gotta go. What? No, what light be like? Look at that. God, this man looks like he works at Trader Joe's. Oh my God. Oh my God. Y'all, no. We need a man that actually eats steak. He needs his iron levels to go up. We can't be doing this.
We can't do this in here. It's 5 more seconds.
5 more seconds? Okay. Good? Everybody good? Every Texan has the right to defend themselves when they reasonably fear for their life. Self-defense is a protection that applies to each and every one of us. There are two sides to every story.
You see?
And Carmelo.
And you see, and I'm gonna tell you this, right? I know I'm making jokes and stuff because that's just who I am, right? But what you have to understand is, like, as a criminal defense attorney, he's gonna have to make closing arguments. So imagine this is how he's gonna deliver a closing argument when your life literally, okay? She said, I know bankrupt is man, okay? But I'm like, he's gonna have to make the closing arguments. Imagine you are facing, like, whatever it is, right? I'm not going to say it because I don't believe in saying certain things, but ultimately, right, you're standing trial for something very, very serious. This man is going to have to get up after all is said and done. He's going to have to get up, look at the jury, and make his closing arguments. Would you want this man to be responsible for the rest of your life? This is a serious thing. So Carmelo's mom and dad, maybe you guys are like, you're a little flustered. You got to stop being flustered. Everything's going to work out. You got to also say to yourself, would I want this man? Exactly. Would I want this man to make a closing argument for my life? Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. I want somebody who's going to fight for me. You know what I'm saying? Oh, in Texas, they're thinking the self-defense and blah. No. He needs to be fired. He needs to be fired. Okay? Yeah, he looks like he's scared. Nah. This is how you will do your closing arguments? Oh, hell no. Let me tell you something. There is too much money in that GoFundMe to hire someone like this. He needs to go back to Trader Joe's. He needs to go back to, I don't know if he does like parking tickets. I don't know. He needs to go over there, child. This is too serious. And also, if you do this right, you can be a very, very famous lawyer. So this can make you a millionaire. So we ain't got time for this. This is an opportunity of a lifetime. And doesn't seem like he's ready. Okay, you got to get somebody that can get gully. Like you want someone that can really get gully, that can get active. You know, I was like, listen, it was wet, it was cold. Carmelo's 160 pounds. He was afraid for his life. But we have time to talk about it. But did you know Austin knew jiu-jitsu? So we're trying to see how much, skills Austin had as a trained killer. Put that out there and run for your life. But he needs to be fired. Because he's not a compelling person. He's not intimidating. He's not compelling. Me, I would be bored. A lot of juries also, I don't know how long this case can last in court, but a lot of juries also, they get bored. So you need someone who's entertaining. Y'all, it's real, y'all. It's like theater. You need somebody who's entertaining. I'm about to go into in Texas. No, yeah, he's very timid. He is very, very timid. And I don't want you to be responsible for my life. Thank you. You're crazy. No. He got to go.
Is a 17-year-old kid and an excellent student. He is the captain of his track team. He's the captain of his football team. And prior to this, what was on his mind was what college he was going to go to. This is a tragedy all the way around for both families. Rushing to judgment, trial by public perception and trial by media is not how we ensure justice is done. We are confident that after a full investigation, that the truth will come out. Thank you.
Mike, you took umbrage with the state's assessment that this was simple and brutal. Why so?
Well, the fact of the matter is, like I said, there's two sides to every story, and we've only heard one side. In any criminal case, the police investigate, and the defense is always far behind that. And so it is a one-sided investigation to this point, and even that investigation is still ongoing. So to say that it happened this way or that way is just not accurate at this point. All of the facts are going to come out, and that's why our system of justice requires that we keep our minds open and we let the facts come out as they are after a full investigation.
Okay, my thing is, let me say this, right? Like I said, he could be he could know his stuff. I'm not trying to dog the man, right? The man, what's happening over here, Chad? The man could really know his stuff. Like he could really know the stuff. He could really know criminal law. He could have lots of experience. But sometimes there are people who know, just like a ghostwriter, right? Like you have some ghostwriters who are incredible writers. They are incredible lyricists. They're incredible rappers. Like they are phenomenal ghostwriters. Unfortunately, they don't have the persona, right? It's like Jay-Z could have had a ghostwriter. There's a reason for that. Kanye could have had a ghostwriter. Even up to a certain point, even Ashanti was also a ghostwriter for J-Lo, because sometimes you can have the voice, you can have the talent, right? But you don't have the looks. You know what I'm saying? Even remember, like back in the day too, we had so many techno songs, la 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 la, right? We had a lot of techno songs, and we found out later that the singer was not the singer, because the singer was an overweight black woman, and they didn't want her to be the face. Okay, so sometimes you can have the skill set, but you probably are not the person to speak, because you're not going to convince people, because it's all about marketing, y'all. Looks matter, okay? Looks really, really do matter. He is a criminal lawyer, but it's not about whether he's a criminal lawyer or not. My issue is he's not convincing. He's not convincing. Like even me, I'm not convinced, right? And he could believe in Carmelo's innocence. Like he really could believe in Carmelo's innocence, but right now he's not conveying that. So my thing is, because if we hire you as the lawyer through the trial, you're going to be responsible for the closing argument. So if this is how you talk to the media, no, thank you. Okay, I need someone that's a great speaker. I need you to be loquacious. I need you to be eloquent. I need you to believe, and you have to really convey that you believe that he's innocent, and that if it was you, you would have done the same thing. That's it. And maybe that's what I would have said. I believe he's completely innocent, and if it was me, I would have done the same thing. And that's why I took this case, because I would have done the same thing. And it's so sad that day he was there all by himself. He was there by himself. And that's an entire school all by himself. In the cold, in the rain, afraid for his life against two linebackers who know jiu-jitsu. What would you have done? The freak? Okay? Do you know jiu-jitsu? Do you even know what that looks like? I can tell you don't, okay? Like that. So I'm just like, he doesn't believe, like, it doesn't give. I believe Melo's innocent. If this was me, I would have done the same thing. If this was my son, oh yeah, shoot, he's gonna come home because it was self-defense. And it's sad for the family. It's all tragic. But this is why when it's raining and someone is seeking refuge under your tent, you should extend good sportsmanship. You should be accommodating and you should be hospitable. All Austin had to do that day was be a good Samaritan. And we would not even be here right now. Hey, that's it. F this. Maybe I should be the lawyer, but I don't have a license, you know. Otherwise, I would do it. I don't have a license. If I had a license, I would do it.
I anticipate that he will be able to make bond. I can't speak to how quickly that will go. You know, funds, you know, in the funds that have been raised are not quick to come out. And then, you know, there's obviously a process to the release process once bond is posted.
The big question that a lot of people have is why was this young man armed on school property?
That's an understandable question, but it's not something that, frankly, we're prepared to even go into. You know, this is something that I know the police and the prosecution want to get it right and want to have a full and fair investigation, and so do we. So,
you see, and my issue is because you got to nip this in the bud. The lady says, why did he have a weapon? Like, oh, I guess like she's saying, like, oh, why did he have a knife on school ground? Why did he bring a weapon? And I will say to you, do you also not consider fists to be a weapon? Like, you got to handle these white people. But then, you know, that's what I'm saying. I don't even think you should have a white lawyer. I don't even know. I don't think you should have a white lawyer. Because you're saying to me, oh, why did he have a weapon on school? I'm like, which one? Fists or knives? Because let's be so for real. Like, fists can be weapons. That's why boxers have their hands registered as a weapon, right? We gotta stop acting as if there's a limited definition of what a weapon is. Anything can be a weapon. There were plenty of weapons that day. It's a knife, it's fist, it's whatever. It's your knees, it's your book bag, it's your CD player, it's your car keys. You can even stab somebody in the eye with car keys. So there were plenty of weapons there. So which weapons are we talking about? Or you only want to focus on one kind of weapon because you need to make Austin a victim? I don't get it. What is it? You know what I'm saying? Like, this is crazy. These white people love to gaslight the dog shit out of people. I don't have time for this. Which weapon? A fist or what? Because if that's the case, Austin had 2 fists. Hunter had 2 fists. KARMELO only had 2. So that's 4 against 2. So which weapon are we talking about? Make it make sense. Get out of here with that. The weapon, a fist or a weapon. That's why boxers have their hands registered as a weapon, especially when you know jiu-jitsu. Okay? Like, that's crazy. No, like, this is really crazy. This is really, really crazy. They want to put a narrative like, oh, he brought in a weapon, so he escalated. Child, please, he knows jiu-jitsu. Okay, let me tackle your ass in the crucifix and see how you feel. Then you're going to understand. A weapon is not just a knife. A weapon is not even just a knife. It's not just a firearm. It's not even just your fist. A weapon even is your training skills in jiu-jitsu. Right? If you're trained in jiu-jitsu, you don't even need a weapon because the way they trained you, your entire body is a weapon. Even his legs are a weapon. Make it make sense. He knows jiu-jitsu, you know? What the freak? Like, make it make sense. Like, he knows jiu-jitsu. That's what I'm saying. Like, this almond drinking vegan, okay, looks like he goes and protests against Teslas and Elon on Saturdays. We don't need this man to be the lawyer. He needs to be fired. I will do a separate video where I will say he needs to be fired. I don't want this man to do a cross-examination. I don't want this man to talk to a jury. And I do not want this man to do the closing arguments. I don't want this man. I don't like him. I do not like him. Because he don't have enough smoke for me. He got to go somewhere. I don't like this man. I do not like this man. A weapon? Like what? The fist? Like, what are we talking about? Right? 2 linebackers at a track meet who are not even registered to run. They were not registered to run. So why were they there? Let's stop acting like, oh, a knife is the only weapon. Fist can also be a weapon. And that's why boxers, their hands are registered. You think Floyd Mayweather can go out here just hitting people? Okay, you think Oscar, what's his name? Oscar de la Hoya could go out here and put his hands on people? You think Mike Tyson can go out here and put his hands on people? You think Evander Holyfield can go out here and put his hands on people? Okay, even that white boy, what's his name? McGregor. You think McGregor can go out here and put his hands on people? Huh? You think Pacquiao can go out here and put his hands on people? Even the Logan brothers, right? Whether it's Jake Paul or his brother Logan, you think the Paul brothers, because now they do boxing for real, you think they can go out here and put their hands on people? These hands are registered weapons. So stop acting like, oh, the knife is a weapon. So are the fists of the person. So are his legs. He knows jiu-jitsu, you know, and his daddy said he excelled at it. Make it make sense. Like, I really do need to be, I need to do his PR. I was telling Lacey that. You guys, I swear, I'm going to find a way to get in contact with his family. Oh, please. I'm going to find a way to get in contact with his family. I will be ahead of this. You playing with me. You are playing with me. And I also told Lacey, Carmelo, with the money he raised, they need to open a non-for-profit against bullying. Oh, yes. White people want to play these political games, these media games. We're going to open a non-for-profit dedicated to anti-bullying. We're going to have a non-for-profit. He's going to be in it. His little sister, his brothers, his mom, and his dad. We're going to go to schools. We're going to do food drives. We're going to have sessions at schools, right, where we are speaking against anti-bullying. I will get this boy on the Breakfast Club. I will get this boy on the Pivot. I will get this boy places. Oh, you want to play these games? You want to play these games? You want to come in the court of public? I will take Carmelo from black church to black church to black church to black church. Every time y'all go to court, it's going to be lines of black people outside. You want to play these games? White people, I got time for y'all. I got time for y'all. These people are crazy. This thing is going to be tried in the courtroom of public opinion, and it's going to be tried in the courtroom or whatever this is. But we can all play this game. You want to poison the whale? You want to taint the jury? Let's do it. They think they're the only ones who know how to be corrupt, like Donald Trump. We can all be corrupt. We can all taint the whale. We can all play this game. And you're not going to like me, Marlene. That's why I told you last time when we were talking about these two boys, right? When one was in the closet and one was out the closet, right? Me, Marlene, what I will do to your boys, Austin, you're going to beg me to stop. Because you're not going to like the way that the world is going to see your son. You're going to come begging me to stop. Marlene, make it stop. Please stop. You're going to beg me to make it stop. What I'll do to your son, sis. All the way she ever cared. Wasn't it Megan? All them 60 pounds, 80 pounds you were always trying to lose. Megan, I'm going to make you lose those 80 pounds in a week. Play with me if you want to. White people think they're the only ones who know how to smear people, defame people, malign people, and play innocent in the media. We can all do it. And one thing you don't know, y'all talk about the church. I will have every black church outside every single day he goes to court. Play with me if you want to. Play with me if you want to. I ain't got time for this. Fire this man. This white man got to go. I don't like him. He got to go. He's not a good lawyer. He got to go.
It would be irresponsible for me or them at this point to start saying, this is what happened, this is why, anything. So I understand that's a big question. It's going to be a big question, and it's something that we will find out, and we ask that the public, as hard as it is, withhold judgment and let both of these families have justice, that let both of these young men, the Metcalf family and the memory of who they've lost, but also Carmelo, have a fair and full justice process.
Your feeling on the reduction of this bond, you feel it's fair?
Yeah, I feel it's fair. Bond, as the judge said, is not supposed to be an instrument of oppression. It's not supposed to keep people in jail. It's not supposed to punish. It's supposed to ensure that a person shows up to court, complies with all conditions, and it's supposed to keep the community safe. So this is
even this answer. I don't like this. I don't like this answers, because he is saying the judge decided the bond. No. Oh, sorry, I'm getting hot. No. I don't like his answer too, because he's putting on the judge. It has nothing to do with the judge. Okay, say per the 8th Amendment, right? Bond is not supposed to be excessive. Yeah, exactly. He's a liberal. We cannot do this. You don't have enough smoke for me. Okay. All right. So let's go back over here again. Where is it? Okay, we saw it, right? Okay, right. So this is it. It has nothing to do with the judge. Okay, excessive bail is bail that is higher than what is reasonable to ensure a defendant appears in court. The Eighth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution protects against excessive bail. It has nothing to do with the judge. So for you to also put it back on that black woman, that's why you got to be fired, because that's his microaggression. How is excessive bail determined? Bail is excessive if it's higher than what's reasonably calculated to ensure the defendant's appearance in court. Bail should be reasonable and not punitive. Factors that may justify higher bail include risk of flight, risk to public safety, serious charges such as sexual assault or murder, history of bail jumping or failing to appear, criminal record including violent offenses, limited or no family or community ties to the area. So yeah, it has nothing to do with the judge. It has everything to do with the Eighth Amendment, right? Bail is not supposed to be punitive. Bail is to make sure or ensure that you can come to court. That's it. It's not about, oh, we stabbing in the heart and numbing in the heart. Shut up. When they came to Kyle Rittenhouse, they also wanted his bail to be lowered or dismissed or whatever. So make it make sense. Like, no, it has nothing to do with the judge. Don't do that.
Large and substantial bond, and the judge has, I think, rightly imposed reasonable conditions that will ensure both Carmelo and the Anthony family's safety, but also the safety of the community.
What was Carmelo's reaction today? He didn't seem very talkative toward you. And how has jail, I guess, been so far for this teenager? And is he on suicide watch or anything like that?
I honestly can't speak to Carmelo's reaction because I was so focused on the hearing and what was going on and what the judge was saying. I think we have to all remember Carmelo is a 17-year-old kid who's never been in any sort of trouble before. If you can just put yourself in his shoes, this is a scary, bewildering process. And I can't even imagine what was going through his head, just as I'm sure I can't imagine what was going through the heads of the Metcalf family. So, this is something that...
Why do you keep talking about these people? Are you here for those people? And I feel like because he's white, he's more likely to have empathy for these white people. You all need to throw this white man back to the streets. He doesn't deserve the black dollar. He does not deserve the black dollar. He doesn't.
That is new to all of them and incredibly trying.
So for people who want to know, why were you selected? I mean, what is your experience? I mean, you had to be really good.
I can't speak as to why I was selected.
That's a problem. That's a problem. Fire him, sis. Fire him. This man is just here for money and press. You need to fire him. A woman says, why were you selected? You must have been really good. You should say, because I believe in self-defense. Because I believe in self-defense. I do. And I believe in Carmelo's innocence. Oh, I don't know why I was selected. Fire his ass. So, sis, you need to fire that ass. Brother, y'all need to fire this man. Listen to me. He's an op. He's a sheep in wolf's clothing. He has their complexion. Throw him to the wolves. You need to go back to his people. That's a stupid way of answering the question. Okay, yeah, nobody's convinced. He's weird. He's really weird. Oh, the Metcalf family. Girl, are they the one paying you? They're the one paying you? If the people say, why were you chosen? You have to say, because I believe in self-defense and I believe in Carmelo's innocence. Now, I know it's hard for the other family, but I believe in his innocence. And I believe that in that time, he did what was best to save his life because he was scared. They know jiu-jitsu, That's it. Well, I don't know why I was chosen to get the fuck out. Sis, y'all have enough money. You don't have to settle. You're a black woman. You don't have to settle for this. Send these lobsters and pasta, these weird-ass crustaceans. Send them back to the Gulf of Mexico. Okay? Send these crustaceans, these oysters, crawfish, whatever, the shrimp. Send these people back to the Gulf of Mexico, sis. Send them. You and your husband need to send this crustacean back to the Gulf of Mexico. Me, Marlene, after this, I'm fired. If I had seen this press conference, I would have fired him. So you don't know why we chose you? So you don't believe my son is innocent? You don't believe in the second in self-defense? That's why I told you he didn't believe it. He did not believe it. That's why we were not convinced. You guys, when I saw this man, my spirit did not take to this man. My spirit is not taken to this man. Sis, you need to fire this man. Listen to me. Brother and sister, y'all, the Anthony family, black family, y'all need to fire this man. He does not believe that your son is innocent. He does not believe that your son did the right thing. He doesn't even believe in self-defense. I told you he looks like a Jesuit priest that drinks almond milk and works at Trader Joe's. I told y'all this. He looks like he burns Teslas on the weekend. Okay? He looks like a libtard that I see on TV, on CNN and MSNBC, fighting for illegals to come back from El Salvador. I don't trust this man. He needs to go. Somebody says, why were you chosen? Because I believe Carmelo's innocent. Evil man. He's doing too much. Exactly. Exactly. Fire him. Fire him. What the F? Found a snake in the hole he crawled out of from. They need to send him back. Janet, at least talk about your belief in the case and your qualification. Z said ASAP. Letitia said he's not getting paid to represent the Metcalfs. Exactly. Foolishness. I would say I'm not here to represent the Metcalfs. My concern is for that young child, Carmelo. Mr. Anthony is my sole focus. He's just cheap representation. Now they have a bit more money. Get rid of him. Okay? Y'all need to, who's Kevin Case? Fire this fool. You need to send this crustacean back to the Gulf of Mexico. The Gulf of America. My bad. You might get lost. It went from the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. Sorry, my bad. Send this crustacean, this oyster, this shrimp, whatever he is, send him back to the Gulf of Americas. Okay? Because if somebody says, what were you chosen? Okay, I'm going to find him. It's, of course, more. It is completely unacceptable. He's getting paid top money for this. This is your, I don't know why I was chosen. You're right. It's not you, it's me. In the words of Bush Jr., a proud Texan, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I'm not going to give you, you're not going to play with my son's life. You know, I had a friend years ago, right? I had a friend, Dolapo. Dolapo said to me, she's like, Marlene, these lawyers, whether you win or not, they're still getting paid. And I was like, damn, sis, you ain't lying. And that's why no matter what, even if you have a lawyer, do not be impressed by their titles, one. It is your case. It's your life. It's your family. It's your welfare. You need to be involved in your own defense. They need to run everything by you. But it's not normal. Yeah, exactly. He looks like he will be okay if they found Carmelo guilty. He's very wishy-washy. I told y'all, he looks like he's vegan. He looks like a Jesuit priest that lives in seclusion in the mountains of Utah, okay, that drinks almond milk and is a vegan. Looks like he works. He's a stalker at Trader Joe's. Looks like he's a part-time manager at Trader Joe's, okay? He barely has enough iron. Look how skinny he is. No. How can somebody tell you, okay, why were you chosen? Oh, I don't know. You don't know. Sir, bye. Quick, resign. Hey, please, I beg, go. Foolishness. You guys, when you're paying for something and when you got $400,000, you don't have to take up foolishness. You don't have to accept foolishness. Exactly. Looks like he doesn't wash his feet. Exactly. We don't need this man. The Monza Caucasus, and he's out there drinking almond milk. You have the right to fire your attorney until you get the attorney that says, I believe in you. Because if it was me, I would have done the same thing. So the people say, why did they choose you? Okay. Oh, Lord, I'm a little delayed. So I need to close some of these things, right? If they ask you, okay, why were you chosen? Because I believe Carmelo's innocent. And I also believe it was self-defense. Now, I know it's hard for some to hear it, but that's what I believe. And that's what I intend to prove to the jury. Now, whether we tried the case here or even tried the case on Mars, and they will believe me. He never meant to hurt that child. Unfortunately, he was accosted in what led to a lot of aggression in the rain early in the morning, and he was afraid for his life. Because do you know that they know jiu-jitsu? They know jiu-jitsu, you know. And the daddy said they excelled at it. He didn't even watch the videos. And then also, you know, one thing also we have to do also, they need a lawyer that's outside. They need a lawyer that's outside. You see, when Blake Lively had her issue with Justin Bodoni, right? Justin Bodoni, his lawyer, he's outside. He watches the blogs. He watches YouTube videos. He's on TikTok. He's on X. So he also started listening, like, oh, what's being said. And that truly helped them to come up with a better defense and a better lawsuit to help Justin Bodoni. We need a lawyer that's outside. We need a lawyer that is connected, like to social media, to the podcast and things like that. You understand? We don't need a lawyer that's out there in the mountains being a vegan, meditating, and drinking almond milk. You understand? Because today the world has changed. Like the world has really changed. Right? So it's like, no, I don't like this. They truly get on your nerves. Like this, exactly. Carmelo's the victim here. So what are you talking about? Well, I don't know why I was chosen. Okay, bye. Resign. Quit. Look at this foolishness.
Trying. So for people who want to know, why were you selected? I mean, what is your experience? I mean, you had to be really good.
I can't speak as to why I was selected. In any case, it's important to have an attorney that you connect with, that you feel has the right amount of experience and the right investment in the case. And I'm not speaking to anybody else. I just know that that's important in any case.
He's not even saying because I believe he's innocent. He doesn't. They need to fire him. He has bias. He has bias. He never said because you see this, you guys, it's the little things that reveal to you a person's subconscious, right? Everything he said was technical. That it is true. That's just the Constitution. Like, oh, you have the right to an attorney. You know what I mean? You have the right to representation. He never said because I believe he's innocent. And that's yes. Because he feels for Austin. He's white. He's a white person. He needs to be fired. This is not a joke, y'all. I am being really, really serious. Okay? They're like, he's not the right one. And y'all can pray about it if you want to. You can fast about it. But I mean, you already see it. You already see it, right? Because everything he's saying is technical. Oh, you have the right to legal representation. You need somebody with experience. But what about somebody who believes in you? That's the whole point of having a lawyer, right? People are paying money for this. You're a criminal defense attorney. If you don't believe that he can win the case, why are you even taking the money? Because he's a dishonest white man. And I'm telling you guys, let me tell you this. Oh gosh. When I tell you the vast majority of white Americans are racist, if they're racist, if they're not racist, they're definitely prejudiced. If they're not, they're bigoted. But my point is, doing criminal defense and catering to a black audience, it's a cash cow for these white people. You understand? Because they know this country is built to incarcerate black people. This country is built to lock up black people. So a lot of these white people, they don't really care. They all see us as savages. They really do. This is a way for them to get a quick buck, go to court, do technicality, and tell you, I tried my best. No. He is white. He obviously feels a deep connection to the Metcalf because they're white people, and that's fine. Go be with your people. But this is even unprofessional of a reply. This is hey Bev. Well, Bev missed it. So let's do it for Bev. Because she just got here. Bev, listen to this, y'all. Listen.
I mean, what is your
New to all of them and incredibly trying.
So for people who want to know, why were you selected? I mean, what is your experience? I mean, you had to be really good.
I can't speak as to why I was selected. In any case, it's important to have an attorney that you connect with, that you feel has the right amount of experience and the right investment in the case. And I'm not speaking to anybody else. I just know that that's important in any case.
Just how unsafe does this?
A very technical answer, and not one of conviction. That's why I told you. If you are, this is a criminal case. The boy, you said, oh, he's 17. He never got in trouble. Then why don't you say, because not only do I believe in this, I believe in his innocence. He is 17 years old. And I don't want this to destroy the rest of his life, because if it was me, I would have done the same thing. When Carmelo and his family came to me, I understood exactly what we're facing. And I said, wow, he knows jiu-jitsu. He's 225 pounds and you're 160. And it was two of them. If it was me, I would have done the same thing. I believe in self-defense. And I also believe that people who are bigger should not be around people who are smaller. It is a track meet. Now, we're going to figure out why 2 football players who were not even registered to run were there that day. I'm really confused, but we'll find out. But I believe he's innocent. He is 17 years old, 3.7 GPA. He's a great brother. He's a great big brother. He has 3 younger siblings. He works 2 jobs. Like, hello. I'm here because I believe he's innocent. And my job during this entire, from now until we're done with this case, because I will make sure that Carmelo is acquitted of all charges. I will make sure the jury sees it too. And all you people in the jury, I get it. A nerve was out there first. You heard it. And it sounds so, it sounds so heinous. But that's not what happens. And that is my job as a criminal defense attorney. I'm here as Carmelo's defense attorney. As the one who speaks for him. I'm going to make you see what happened that day. I'm going to take you into Carmelo's shoes. Well, I should say his cleats, because he was wearing his cleats. And you will see that if it was you against a linebacker that's 225 that knows jiu-jitsu, and him and his twin who also knows jiu-jitsu, you would have done the same thing. And you would have told your children to do the same thing. It is a track meet. Going to a different school or being on a competing team does not make you an enemy, right? We are looking at 17-year-olds. In a few months, they all would have been 18. We expect them to act as adults. And if it's raining and somebody's seeking refuge under your tent, if you don't know the person, get to know people. Because everybody in your life today, even your best friend, once upon a time, they were a complete stranger. We have to learn to lean in like a good Samaritan and say, hi, I'm Austin. Nice to meet you. What school do you go to again? Okay, well, I wish you all the best on this race. See you later. This is what we expect from soon-to-be 18-year-olds who are at a track meet and could be observed by coaches, recruiters, deans, or whatever kind of athletic programs out there. You never know who's looking to get you to go to the combine. You have no idea. So when the parents came to me, I was like, wow. And they told me what happened. I was like, I believe this. I believe Carmelo. Because this, what the media is trying to say and how the media wants to portray him is not like, it's not congruent to a 17-year-old who plays 2 sports, has a 3.7 GPA, works 2 jobs, and is a great big brother to 3 younger siblings. Something is off. And I hope that you also have a nose. You really have a nose for the truth, right? And if you don't worry, I'll fix it. That's it. I'm his lawyer because I believe he's innocent. And I do believe in the right to self-defense. Matter of fact, I built my entire practice fighting for people to be able to exercise the right to defend themselves. Okay? So anything else? Cool, I gotta go. It's raining. Oh, people can get violent when it starts to rain. So I gotta go because it's starting to rain. And there's something about the rain in Frisco, Texas that brings the worst out of people. I gotta go, y'all. Call my office. If you have any questions, call my office, email me. I'll talk to you later. I'm not doing this with y'all. I'm not playing with these people, y'all. I'm not playing with these people. You understand? I'm not playing with these people. Yeah, it really, the only thing is I don't want to study. I'm so lazy. I don't want to study. I probably should do it, huh? She said, it's obvious he feels no connection with, he feels none. He'll take the money. And you know what? And if we're not even careful, maybe he took the case so he could sabotage the case. White people are tribal. But I'm being very serious, you guys. Don't put nothing past white people. Like if you ever, he probably because he can't relate to him or his story. And you can totally feel that in the way that he talks, right? He knows it's a very narrow path. You have more effect than the lawyer. Lawyer making money by overcharging. Why don't you really be a lawyer? You have raised some good points over the past few days. Well, thank you, boo-boo. Okay. All right, Marlene, Mrs. Cochran. No. Oh, I used to love Johnny Cochran, man. Okay. We, the people, might have to try this damn case to make sure no stone is uncovered. And we're going to do live every day. If he does jiu-jitsu, Ronka said, if he does jiu-jitsu, you must acquit. Okay. The way you're so passionate, Marlene, that's exactly how the lawyer should have been. Carmelo could have been on his own, like his own son or nephew. He cannot relate because he's white. And that's what makes white people dangerous, is that they're not aware of their own, they have biases. They have a lot of prejudice because the vast majority of white people do not know Black people. They consume Black people through the media that they own. They own the studios. They own the record labels. They own the radio. They own YouTube. They own it all. right? And they're the ones responsible for curating the images of Black people. The vast majority of white Americans, they spend over 100,000 hours just consuming media and not truly interacting with people. So even when they say, oh, I'm not a racist, okay, maybe you're not a racist, but can you acknowledge that you have biases? Because most of the media that you have consumed about Black people is negative, right? So if you can't even admit your own bias due to the whole media that you've consumed, we have a problem. We have a problem. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Bibo, right? Isaiah 1:17, learn to do well, seek judgment, relieve the oppressed, judge the fatherless, plead for the widow. Okay? Exactly. No, it cannot be blind. White people can't do that. You know, so it's quite obvious that he has feelings for Austin. He needs to go on that team. Okay? He needs to go on that team. Carmelo needs somebody that believes that he's innocent. See, I believe he's innocent. And I even believe me, if you ask me, I think they slipped. I really do. I think they slipped. And then unfortunately, Austin landed on the knife. You know, and that's why I say it's really important for us to know what kind of shoes Carmelo had on and also what kind of shoes Austin had on, because it matters, because it's raining, y'all. It was raining. They could have slipped. They could have slipped in the bleachers. This whole thing about the heart being pierced, it could have happened in the bleachers. Because the bleachers are staggered. Somebody could have pushed somebody or fell on somebody, or even maybe Hunter even pushed his brother. We don't even know. We don't even know. Because in all this melee, somebody could have pushed somebody and then somebody falls on a knife. We just never know. I don't know. I wasn't there, Chair. But I said it's really important for us to know what kind of shoes Carmelo had on. Because these cleats, not only like when you wear the track cleats, okay, not only like you have like you're walking on metal spikes, right? You're walking on metal spikes, so it's like you're on heels, and then the back of the shoe, right? You don't have any sole. Like it's like you're bare feet. You are truly bare. Like so the back of your foot feels bare feet. The front of your foot, it feels like you're walking on heels. And all of this, I repeat, right? Here's the venue. It's happening here. It's happening on bleachers, metal bleachers, right? There's concrete steps. All this, it's raining. What do we even know? How do we know that this boy did not slip? Or how do we know that even Hunter did not push his brother and then boom, he fell on the knife? There's so much we don't know. There is so much we don't know. Because it's, oh, he stabbed. That could also be a narrative. Okay? I don't know what I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? You see, remember I showed y'all these bleachers yesterday? Look. Do you see how dangerous these things are? And this is where all this is happening. Okay? What is this? Hold on. Where am I? Exit. Okay, hold on. View on StreamYard. Hold on, I gotta cut this out. Yeah, I have so many things open. I need a better computer. Okay, so let's go back to this. Let me show you the bleachers, right? Y'all, what would you have done? This is just too early for this foolishness. Okay, look at these bleachers, y'all. Look at the sharp edges. People can seriously get hurt. And that's exactly what happened. Somebody can push somebody, even if the knife wasn't there. It's also about being a weapon. Even without a weapon, somebody could have gotten seriously hurt. These are bleachers. Somebody's head falls on these sharp corners, boom. Somebody's eye falls on these sharp corners, boom. Okay? Somebody's tibia. Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Somebody's tibia. Your tibia can scrape the corner. You're bleeding profusely. Okay? Like, look at these sharp ass corners, y'all. Look at these sharp corners. Look at these corners. So we don't know. Like, because Hunter could have been behind and he could have pushed his brother. Because let's say Carmelo had the knife, like, oh, don't touch me, right? And then somebody's pushing somebody. And it's possible that Austin got pushed by Hunter and he fell on the knife. Right? But it's happening so fast. Maybe that's why he said, oh, I didn't see it. Because you pushed your brother, Hunter. You pushed your brother. Maybe you pushed your brother onto the knife. We don't even know. Okay? But I'm like, these bleachers are extremely dangerous. Knife or no knife. This is happening in the rain. People are pushing people. Anybody can fall and hit their head. You can have a murder scene. I don't know why people act like, the knife. No, you can push someone. If you have enough force and you push somebody, because you people are doing all this in the rain around these goofy ass bleachers and steps made out of concrete, okay? Somebody's head can go for the corner and then boom, you kill someone, right? You can also push somebody. Their eye falls on the corner of the bleacher. Boom. People are bleeding profusely. This is why you don't do all this. This is why people have to keep their hands to themselves. This is crazy. Okay? This is really, really crazy. I don't even know who this lawyer is. Because I'm really good at looking for lawyers. Yeah, he was supposed to say his client is innocent and will be acquitted. Lowering his bond and releasing are the first step to freedom. Exactly, Letitia. Because in the American court system, like per the Constitution, you are innocent. You're presumed innocent until you're found guilty. So I believe he's innocent. Well, not as you. And also, it's up to the people to prove that he's guilty. So we'll see how it goes. Okay? Like, this is crazy. This is very dangerous. And I'm like, this is seriously dangerous. Everybody could, so many more people could have gotten hurt from this. 9 o'clock in the morning in the rain. Why do you have all this aggression? Why do you have all this aggression? Why do you have all this aggression? The people are confused. Okay? But my thing is, though, ultimately, my thing is this. If you're being asked, why were you chosen as the lawyer? You should say, because I believe he's innocent. And I truly believe he acted out of self-defense. And I look forward to proving my case in court. And not only will the jury agree with me, you'll agree with me, and all the people who are not believers. That's okay. Because Jesus turned the multitude into believers. Okay? If it's good for Jesus, it's good for me. Let's go. Like, what the heck? I'm telling you guys, from the jump, you have to speak life. From the jump, you have to speak life. You can't, I don't know why they chose me. Well, I guess because he needs a lawyer. I guess because he needs representation. Wow. Unprofessional. Like, even me, if I was on death row, I don't want this fool. By God's grace, I won't be on there, but I'm just saying, like, I don't want this fool. Even if I had a parking ticket, I don't want this fool to represent me. You're not going to represent me, child. You are crazy. You don't believe he's innocent. So why did you take the case? If it's not that you're trying to make money off of this family because they're scared. His parents are really scared, and that's the problem. They need to meet me. They're going to stop being scared. What are you afraid of? Fear nothing. It's a joke. This is ridiculous. Okay? The parents are frantic. They're frantic. They're not thinking logically. I've been there. Okay? But you don't hire someone who does not believe your child is innocent. And I'm going to say this for anybody that's watching me right now. If you ever have a situation, a criminal situation, and you go looking for a lawyer, you got to ask him after you say everything and he looks at your case or she looks at your case, you have to say to the person, do you believe me? Do you believe I'm innocent? If they say, oh, I don't know, that's not the one for you. And you keep looking and you look. And as you look also, you have to pray and you have to ask God to send you to the right person. God will send you the right attorney. Okay? Well, I mean, we'll take this bloke for now because they reduced the bail. But we're going to get another lawyer. This man, he's not the one. He's not the one. He needs to be fired. He needs to be fired. Here he goes again with these. Here he goes. You see, he can't help himself. No sound is coming through. Hold on. You see, he can't help himself. He's doing it again. No, fire him. Fire him. He needs to be fired. He needs to go. He needs to go. He's very concerned about the Metcalf family. He's very concerned. So he needs to go work for them.
I think you can imagine the press coverage on this case. Feel has the right attorney that you connect with, that that you feel has the right amount of experience and the right investment in the case. And I'm not speaking to anybody else. I just know that, you know, that's important in any case.
Just how unsafe does this family feel? You mentioned it multiple times.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not going to speak for them at this point, but I think you can imagine the press coverage on this case has been immense. And
he's full of shit. Fire him. Fire this man. Fire this racist white man. Fire him. They're saying, how about the family safety? The Anthony safety. You should, well, it's Texas. So as you can imagine, they're very fearful because it is Texas. This is a state that is known for, I mean, not trying to be funny, but the KKK, right? And that's why that was also one of my biggest concerns when they came to me, because seeing how quickly a lot of people went with the narrative about Carmelo, the broken home and the stereotypes and the single mother, completely absurd. You know, I was not just concerned about Carmelo, his safety, and me believing in his innocence, but I was also concerned about his family. He has a mother, a father, and he also has 3 younger siblings. Now, we do thank God that this is happening in 2025 or not 1925, where certain, unfortunately, white militias have been known to take matters into their own hands. But I think they're very afraid. I am very afraid. And I would even love to ask the governor, what's his name? What's Hot Wheels' name? You know, to maybe provide extra security. Because at this point, in this point in time, Texas is no longer a safe place for this family. People have been tainted into believing that a young black man heinously just stabbed a young, good white boy at a track meet over a seat. So you can imagine. They're scared. They are very scared. And even I'm scared for them. So maybe the governor can help. Abbott, you have to play on. He's like, oh, I can't speak for them. As if they're not living in, you see, he doesn't like them. And I'm telling you guys, you got to be careful. Listen to me. Listen to me. Okay? Listen to me. In this life, the same way God has a plan for you, the devil has a plan for you. Go back to the Bible, the story of Ruth, right? Before Ruth could marry Boaz, there was somebody else that she could have married. So Boaz said to her, let's see if this man doesn't want to marry you. If he does not want to marry you, then I'll marry you. Right? So there's God's plan, and there's also the Timu version of God's plan, right? There's the devil's plan. And this lawyer here, to me, he's what the devil sent. God didn't send this man. God did not send, because that's a missed opportunity to put the pressure back on these people. I can't speak for them. How can you not? They didn't come to your office? Like, how did you meet these people? They didn't come to your office? How did you get paid? How did you get retained? Who did you meet? I mean, this is crazy to me. Like, yes, they're afraid. They're very, very afraid. Because the narrative is that over a seat, a broken black boy from a broken family with a single mom opened his book bag, grabbed the knife, and just drove right into a white boy's heart over a seat. This is unbelievable. Why would anybody ever do that? Why are people even so quick to believe the worst about black people? This is why Carmelo needs a black attorney. He needs a black attorney. No, that's not his dad. His dad is taller, and he has like a little bit of like dreads and stuff. Yeah. Like, no, of course they're afraid. Wouldn't you be afraid? I mean, this is Texas. And we know what the state has a history for. It is a Lone Star state for a reason. Okay. It's not a state that has always been known to be kind to black people. So of course they're afraid, because it's a very dangerous, racially filled narrative that's out there, that this good old innocent, you know, football player at a track meet politely asked this black boy to move. And this black boy just talks reckless and aggressive, opens his book bag, grabs a knife, and just lunges at the white boy's heart. So when you put that out there in a state known for racism and for the Ku Klux Klan, how do you think the family feels? They're afraid. They're seriously afraid. For Austin, for Carmelo, for all their kids, for themselves, even for their extended family. Because had this happened in 1925, we already know the Klan would have been out here, dust in the wind, seeking who to lynch. We're in Texas. We're in Texas, right? So, like, think about that part. But the fact that he's not capitalizing on that, he's here to sabotage. He is here to cause harm. He is here to sabotage. You need to fire this man. Fire him tonight. Oh. Yeah. Fire him. The lawyer is afraid for himself. He can't protect anyone. Exactly. They need to leave Texas. You know what I mean? Like yes, they're afraid. They're very, very afraid. This is Texas, the Lone Star State. Okay, the state of the Klan. Okay, 1,700 white Christians gathered together for Austin. Yeesh, that's scary. That is frightening. Okay, so yes, they're very, very afraid. They're even afraid to drive their cars because, hey, there might be a bomb underneath there. So we would love the SWAT team. We would love for the governor to get involved. It's very dangerous. And we know right now with the election, post-election, this country is excessively racially divided and racially charged. So this is crazy. Child, please.
The online and public reaction has been immense. And unfortunately, as is common in our culture, especially lately, the vitriol and the public reaction one way or the other has been intense. And threats and talk of race war and all kinds of insanity isn't good for, obviously, the Anthony family. It's not good for the Metcalf family. It's not good for the peace and safety of our community. So, I would ask, and I know both sides would ask, that the temperature on this be allowed to come down, that the media, you guys have a job to do, and I understand that everyone does, but at the same time, we just ask everyone in the public and everywhere to let this process play out fairly and fully for both sides.
Unfortunately, we can't because America is racist. So we're not about to let this. We don't trust you people. And you, white man, look at his eyes. He cannot be trusted. Fire him. He probably works with the other side. These people you cannot trust these people. He cannot be trusted, y'all. I don't trust him. I want him fired. I want this man fired. The sooner the better. Okay, he needs to be fired. Now, let me see this. Okay, Dessalines outside. So
$250,000.
Let's see this.
Yeah, we back. Now, today's going to be a quick video. We got some updates in the case. Carmelo Anthony, Austin Metcalf. So apparently Monday, today, Carmelo actually had a court date with the judge, and he got his bond reduced from $1 million to $250,000. So now it seems like he's going to be awaiting trial on house arrest. Now, let's take a look at some of these articles. Take a look up on the screen. The 17-year-old charged with first-degree murder in the fatal stabbing of a teen at a Frisco track meet earlier this month has had his bond reduced and will now be on house arrest following a judge's ruling on Monday. A Collin County judge agreed to lower Carmelo Anthony's bond from $1 million to $250,000. Anthony will also be required to wear an ankle monitor and to stay inside his parents' house if they can post bond. Now, that's good news. We're going to start out with the good news, and that's good news. And that goes to show that maybe the defense might have presented some evidence where the judge might have felt that, maybe we're being too heavy-handed with the $1 million bond and, first-degree murder. Maybe it might be, maybe we're going too hard, right? I'm curious what the defense presented to the judge, but yeah, that's good news.
They didn't have to present anything to the defense. They didn't have to present anything to the judge. It's unconstitutional. And you see, and this is why, even with the what's his name, with Thugger case, right, with Young Thug, that's why the first black judge had to be removed, because he was doing so many things that were unconstitutional. So when the other judge, the white lady, came in to save face, she was okay. Yeah, okay, I'll be okay with that. I'll grant this, I'll grant that, because there were just too many violations, right? You cannot do this. You truly, truly cannot do this. So I think what she, to some extent, what she did was smart. It was wise, because you don't want people to believe that in Frisco, Texas, this is how black people are treated when they are perceived as the assailant against white people, right? When the facts of the case are not even fully known. Like, girl, what? So she helped them to save face. Now, I think the bail should have been lowered to like 100,000, and then they would have paid 10 grand and been about their business. Honestly, and also from the jump, it should have been 100,000. He should not have been there that long. That's also extremely ridiculous. So I think even for that, also a motion needs to be filed. And like I said, they have to also file a motion for the DA to recuse himself, because what he said to the press is extremely biased. He doesn't know all the facts, but he already seems like he took the side of the family. My question is, if a woman had been battered by her husband and she murdered her husband because that was the only way for her to get out of this abusive relationship, would he also have empathy for the husband? That's crazy. You don't know all the facts. Just because someone died, okay, in this melee, it doesn't mean that they were not the aggressor. So why are you calling Austin a victim? What exactly what evidence do you have that says he's a victim? He's deceased. He's not a victim. Yet you have to prove that he's a victim, right? That he was done wrong. But it doesn't, from what we know so far, he was the aggressor. So because the aggressor is dead, it doesn't make him a victim. Just like if a man is an abuser and then his wife kills him, just because he's dead doesn't make him a victim. You understand? In the commission of a crime, if a robber is killed, it doesn't make him a victim. It makes him deceased, right? It makes him deceased. So make it make sense. Okay? Like, make it make sense. I don't even know what they're doing. Okay? So this is why Marlene, I do not trust this weak ass, unconvinced, unbelievable. He's not believable. He's just weird of a lawyer. He is very capable of working with the other side because it seems as though their intention is to make sure that the Metcalf family gets justice. Nobody cares what they think they deserve. Okay? No one cares. What they're going to get is the truth. And if that forces them to have to reassess who Austin was privately and publicly, because I'm really under the impression that the parents don't really know who he was outside the home. Right. And I even feel like they kind of know who he was outside the home because they're shushing and stuff. But it's like parents also have to acknowledge that you might think your child is an angel, but in public, when you're not present, your child could be a bully. And a lot of parents have to reconcile that. You might see your child as so amazing. And this is also the problem that we have today with American schools, because a lot of these parents think their kids are so awesome, right? You don't even know, Charles. You sound so remedial. You're white. Do you have an autopsy? You sound so damn stupid. Do you even know how much like a knife has to go into a heart for somebody to start bleeding? You don't even know shit. You didn't study forensic. I even doubt that you even have a college degree. I mean, we saw the results of the election. Most of you white people who voted for Trump, you barely have a high school diploma. So stop punching above your intellectual weight. Humble yourself. Stay in your little trailer. Enjoy your little data from Boost or Cricket Mobile and enjoy this life peacefully. You're not who you think you are. You are not who you think you are. I'm like, where do all these white people on their Cricket Mobile, Boost Mobile data plans getting on my live and trying to act like they work for forensic or something like that? Sit your behind down. Just because you got a little bit of data, because the month is not over yet, okay? Be cute. Be polite. And if anything else, showcase good sportsmanship. Okay? Thank you. My goodness. Is it raining outside? Because the white people are acting out. Anyways, okay? So that to me is very, very important. Just because you think your child is a good person, it doesn't mean your child's a good child. And we see it in schools. And when the teachers write to the parents, oh my gosh, my child would never do this. My child would never do that, right? Because a lot of parents love to romanticize who their kids are. If your child was so good, he would have been hospitable. If your child was so good, he would have had good sportsmanship. If your child was so good, he would have been friendly on a rainy day. Exactly. It's raining outside. The white people are acting funny. Okay? And I'm like, where are all these white folks with their Boost Mobile Cricket data plan on my freaking line trying to stress me out? We saw the election results. Okay? The vast majority of white men who voted for Trump, you people didn't have a high school diploma. So, like, what are we trying to do here? Okay? What are we trying to do here? Stop it. Keep it cute. And keep it within your data plan. You're typing too much for your data plan. Don't bother me. I look like. Anyways. Makes sense. So that's it. Because they're like, oh, the justice. What justice? The truth is justice. So if your son was a bully that day, and unfortunately it led to his early demise, well, what can we say? Like the father said, it starts in the home. It starts in the home. We're not sitting here, we got to feel sorry for one and not feel sorry for the other because he's alive. Just because you're alive and somebody is deceased doesn't mean that you're not a victim. There are plenty of evil people who perish. Hitler perished. Does that mean that the people of the Holocaust are not victims because they're alive? How many people have survived Auschwitz? Okay. How many of these European Ashkenazi Jews have survived Auschwitz? Does that mean that Hitler is not a bad person because he's dead now? Like, seriously? How many Russians have survived Lenin or Stalin? Does that mean that they're not victims because Lenin is dead or Stalin is dead? Okay, how many Chinese people have survived Mao? Does that mean that Mao was a good person and they're bad people because they survived Mao? Like, what are we even saying? Just because you survived your oppressor does not mean that your oppressor, your aggressor, was not a victim. It simply means that they're deceased. Now, I guess it's unfortunate because he was 17 and everybody can learn from a mistake. But that day, God didn't see fit. So it is what it is. But we're not about to sit here and act as if Carmelo is not a victim because he's alive. We will not victim shame. We will not victim blame. He did not instigate this. He did not choose to fight around bleachers, metal bleachers, and concrete steps on a rainy day at 9 o'clock in the morning. Hunter and Austin made that choice for all of them. So now there are consequences, and that's what it is. Their father even said it starts in the home. So maybe had he not divorced his wife, was a present father and could rein in his son's anger, especially 9 o'clock in the morning. Has he ever seen his son at 9 o'clock in the morning? I don't know. He's not there all the time. Weekend father, okay, summer camp father, every other summer father, a Christmas daddy, part-time parent, right? How often has he witnessed, what's his name, Austin, at 9 o'clock in the morning on a rainy day? Maybe there's something about the rain and waking up early that just, didn't go well with Austin. What do I know? What the freak do I know? Make it make sense. Exactly. They're like, oh, justice, justice. It's not about seeking justice for that family. Their son is dead. Multiple people lose their sons and their daughters every single day. The people who died in Afghanistan, they're people's children too, People die every single day. But just because your son is dead does not mean he was not in the wrong. And that mom, Megan, or should I say Karen, needs to be like, she needs to reconcile that with herself. And if she can't do it for herself, there's always BetterHelp. Watch any YouTube video, you'll get a free coupon for BetterHelp, like 10% off, 15% off. There's always BetterHelp, Megan. There's BetterHelp, girl. Get a coupon, girl. I don't have the sponsorship yet. Otherwise, I will give you my code. But if you look around, you'll find a code for BetterHelp. Okay? You need some help, girl. And so does Hunter. And maybe since the divorce, like 11, have you taken these boys to the therapist to figure out this whole divorce stuff, right? Maybe they would have been more hospitable. Maybe they would have been kinder. Maybe they would have been more loving. Maybe they would have also been what? Good sportsmen, okay? You got to showcase great sportsmanship. I repeat, somebody going to a different school and being on an opposing team, on a competing team, does not make anybody your enemy. What in the thuggery in the trailer park is going on? What in the trailer park mobile home, okay, gang banging activity is going on? I thought Frisco was a city of rich white people. It's giving ratchet. The whites are here. The poor whites are here, y'all. Black people, let's move out. The hillbillies have got around. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Like, these people are so insensible. They are so insensible. Anyways, Carmelo's mom and dad, you need to fire the white man. He needs to go back to his people. He will sabotage your son. He doesn't care. How can somebody say, okay, why were you chosen? I don't know. There you go. That's exactly why he needs to be fired, girl. And when he said, but why are you firing me? I don't know. The freak. You got to watch how he represents your son. This dude ain't got no energy. He looks like he's vegan. I already told you. He looks like he has low iron. He looks like he has low blood pallets. He looks like he has low plasma. He looks like he's suffering. He looks like a Jesuit priest. He looks like he works at Trader Joe's. That's crazy. We gave you all this money. I sure did give you, girl, I give you some money. I gave you all this money. I need you to go find the best attorney possible. If you need $1 million, we'll get you the money, sis. Do not settle. Audition every single criminal lawyer you can find. And you don't even have to limit yourself to Texas. You can find lawyers in Louisiana. Okay, you can find lawyers, even Mississippi, like Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama. A lot of people who are licensed in Louisiana are also licensed to practice law in Texas. Do not limit yourself. Don't limit yourself. You understand? The money will come. Don't you fear. The same way that God told Prophet Elijah that you can stay here because you're running away from Jezebel, I will bring the crow to feed you, and then you'll move. And then he moved on to the widow of Zarephath. For every season, God will bring the provision. Okay, you don't have to hang around this low plasma having goofy ass almond drinking Jesuit priest from Utah who's a vegan and works part-time at Trader Joe's and burns Teslas on Saturday. He looks like a libtard. I don't like him, girl. And then they ask him about your safety. He's like, well, I can't speak to it. Ooh, you can't speak to my safety with my 3 black children, with my 4 black kids? You are insane. Sis, you need to fire that white man. He feels so sorry for Karen and her wolves and her Wolverines. One, the X-Men experiments going on. Send them back over there. Okay? Effery. Exactly. We need a lawyer that's hungry for justice, that ain't afraid to fight for it, and that's not afraid to file motion after motion after motion. Jay-Z got this white boy. What's his name? Shapiro. Jay-Z lawyer, that Shapiro dude. Oh, he mad aggressive. He mad aggressive. And we might even have, you know what, low-key, high-key, we might even have to go talk to Mayor Eric Adams from New York. We might have to go talk to Mayor Eric Adams because we probably need Shapiro. We probably need Shapiro. We need somebody aggressive. Motion after motion after motion. Because another thing also, let me tell you this, right? Let me tell you this. If you cannot get this case moved out of Frisco, Texas, we have to delay trial. You understand me? Guys, you would think I was a lawyer, but I'm not. But anyways, I just know how things work. I just feel it. If you cannot get the state, that's why you have to play on the fact that they're very unsafe. That's why I said it's a missed opportunity. He needs to be fired. This is politics. You gotta be smart. If we cannot get the state, if we cannot get this case moved out of Texas, because we got to move it, because it's tainted, like the jury is so tainted. If we cannot get it moved out of Frisco, Texas, even all of Texas together, then we have to delay the case. We have to go to court in like 2027 or 2028. We cannot go to court this year. We cannot go to court next year. We have to probably start going to court in 2027 or 2028. People need to forget about this. People need to forget about this. So there's 2 options. This man needs to be fired, y'all. I can do his job better. You either get this thing moved out of Texas because you no longer feel safe in Texas with everything that's out there. We cannot get a good jury out of here. It's just not possible. The pool is tainted. Oh, this one's a victim. This one is the assailant. The black. It's too freaking much. It's just too emotional, right? And also the bail was excessive. That's racial bias. The 1st-degree murder without even these people knowing each other. That's the racial bias. We got to get out of here. We're not safe out here, y'all. Hide the black children, y'all. The Klan is outside. Okay. So if you cannot get this move out of Frisco and even all of Texas together, we have to go to court in 2027. We probably even have to go to court in 2028. And then in 2028 also, if the elections are crazy, it's too much racial tension, you can delay the case. You don't have to go to court right away. Okay. Yeah, you can really, you can delay the case because you need people to forget about it. You need people to forget. Because in that case too, if people forget about it, not only is there less pressure, there's more safety, but even the jury, nobody's going to care about the jury. Who's in the jury, who's in this, they're not going to care. So you got to delay this case. And you have to do whatever it takes to have this case delayed. Petition, this, you drag it, cha. Okay. Another thing also we need Carmelo to do, Carmelo needs to be in school because that's going to help to delay the case also. Carmelo, you have to find a way to do homeschooling. You're going to have to find a way to do homeschooling. You're going to have to study, boo-boo. You cannot allow this case to delay you. You will graduate. Like you are going to graduate. So it's like right now, Your Honor, he's really focused on his studies because, it is an unfortunate event, but we also have to make sure that he finishes high school because the vast majority of young black men probably don't finish high school. And we don't want him to be a statistic because there's already so much prejudice and bias and racism out there. So we truly need him to finish the school. So we want him to focus on his school and not this case, right? Because whether we do the case today or we do the case 9 months from now, Austin is gone. So there's not to be offensive. I'm not trying to be insensitive, but we can't bring him back by rushing to the trial, right? And also the truth is timeless. So the truth can wait 9 months, okay? We have people right now sitting at the county jail awaiting 4 years for trial. So maybe you can start with those people first. What do you think? But right now, I need him to focus on school. He was also working on college application. He has to talk with coaches. So we truly need him to focus because ultimately this case is going to get he will be acquitted. So why mess up his future, delay opportunities when he's it's going to get acquitted. It was self-defense. Okay? Just like that. And Carmelo, you will study. You will focus. You will study. You will get straight A's. You're not letting this get in your head. You're not a criminal. You're not a murderer. Send all that foolishness back to these white people. You live your life. Don't even let that ankle monitor do anything to you. It's fugazi. It's for the birds. Understand? Sometimes in life, it takes certain things for you to become a man. I will do another live where I compare Carmelo to Allen Iverson. Don't trip. You're not the first one, bro. Allen Iverson went through the same thing. Somewhat. Nobody died, but it was close enough. It was close enough, right? And you see what happened to Allen Iverson? He became the greatest to ever do it. You have to study. You have to study. You have to keep your high GPA. Keep, engage with your friends. Don't talk about the case though, but keep engaging with your friends, right? And also, I'm going to tell your parents to open a non-for-profit for anti-bullying. And in Texas and around the country, you will be a poster child for anti-bullying and standing up. Just because somebody is skinny does not mean they get to be pushed and shoved, etc., etc., etc. Okay, you guys, that's how it goes. There's a white boy out here who killed 6 people. 6 people. He was driving his BMW at 156 miles per hour. He killed 6 people. All he got was 12 years. And a vast majority of those 12 years is going to be suspended. He probably will only do like maybe a year or 2 years behind bars. Okay? Fear nothing. Not only is the truth on our side, but so is money. So is money. Yeah. So I'm like, do not let, yeah. No, he should not. He should not request a speedy trial. No. They need to go to court in like 2027 or go to court in like 2028. Let these white folks worry about Trump and his tariffs. They need to go find something else to do. So you either move it out of Texas. If you cannot move it out of Texas, you need to delay this case as much as possible. You need to delay the case as much as possible. File as many motions as possible. Find wrongful, I don't know, what's it called? Wrongful custody of evidence, this, and that. You just need to file paperwork after paperwork after paperwork. And you do it for about like 2 to 3 years until people forget about this. And then we go to court. And in that time, you have your high school diploma. You have good grades and stuff like that, right? He doesn't have to. Because you don't want to, because if you do it right now, there's too much spotlight. The best thing to do is to let it die down. He's at home. So to me also, it's no different than COVID. Like, we were locked in the house for like 4 years. It was fine. So if you survive COVID, you can do this too, right? You can do this too. You have to delay this, or you have to get it removed out of Texas. Because right now, Texas is not a safe place. It really is not.
Man, you see brother like that, Carmelo Anthony, mom and dad at home, come from a good family, nice environment. I guarantee he's dying to come home. I guarantee he can't wait to go home, man. Now, around that age of 17, that's the age where you want to be outside every single day. You don't ever want to be inside. But listen, it's much better to be at the house than being locked up in them cages. Now, let's continue. The defense attorneys argued that the $412,000 raised in the online account is not a bond fund, and the family needs it to get by since Anthony's father is currently on leave from work. During closing arguments, the defense attorneys told the judge that maintain.
And my thing is, do you see how good God is, you guys? Did you see this? Do you see how good God is? Y'all, when I was telling Lacey today, I said, Lacey, I am so grateful for Matt Walsh. I am just so grateful for Matt Walsh, because Matt Walsh, the way he put it out there, white boy victim, black boy assailant, 19 million views, caused all this hysteria. And because of Matt Walsh, so many black people picked up the story, because we wouldn't have known. We wouldn't have known. Sometimes I swear, when I was younger, I used to say to myself, why doesn't God just get rid of the devil so we can have a peaceful, earth? You know what I'm saying? But then you get older and you realize, I know the devil even works for God. The devil even works for God. Even people who hate you, they actually work for you, right? So Carmelo's dad is on leave from work. Imagine if this had happened and Matt Walsh had never talked about it. Where would they have gotten the money, y'all? Where would they have gotten the money? The bond money, the lawyer money. Where would they have gotten the money? Because of Matt Walsh, today, everybody, all black people on High Alert, black people have donated almost it's going to get to $500,000, right? But we had no idea. I didn't know his dad was on leave from work. But so right now, if the mother, It like right now, if the mother's the only one to work in the household and this had happened and nobody knew about this family, you guys, it would have been horrible. Where are they gonna get the money from, y'all? Where are they gonna get the money from? You know what I'm saying? So this is why I told y'all from the very beginning. I said we as people, we're shocked because we don't know much. Like we don't know much. But God is omniscient. God knows all. God sees everything. He knows everything. God is never shocked. We are shocked. But this right here, to me, it just makes me want to praise. Like I just want to scream of joy. I really, really do, because I'm like, oh my God, I did not know his dad was on leave from work. I'm just finding this out now, and people have raised over $400,000. This is crazy. God looks out for his own, you guys. God looks out for his children. God will bring provision to your house. Do not fear anything. And that's why I always say people who want to take their lives over money matters. Oh, I'm broke. Oh, I'm in debt. Oh, I'm filing for bankruptcy. And they want to take their lives. There is no amount of money out here that is worth your life. Stick it out. God has a miracle for you. God has a breakthrough for you. God has provision coming to your house. You understand? And that's how you know they're good people. Because Matt Walsh, in doing what he did, little did he know he was going to help this family in such a powerful way. Had he kept his mouth shut, they never would have gotten the help. They never would have received the help. So I thank God for this, though. I really do. This is amazing. This is really amazing.
Obtaining the $1 million bond would be unusual, considering Anthony's lack of a criminal history. They asked the judge to reduce the bond to $150,000 for Anthony and require
what I told you, that she should have lowered to 100 to 150. I told you, but maybe she's afraid too, because I'm like, even 250 is excessive. It really is excessive.
Him to wear an ankle monitor. Now, if the evidence that they have accumulated so far, right, if this was really a guy, like I said, a violent criminal, a danger to society, number one, he wouldn't have been granted a house arrest, right? If they felt that he was a flight risk, a danger, they would have kept him locked down. They would have kept him locked down in them cages, right? But the fact that they feel comfortable letting him go, that's a good sign. Now, let's continue. During the hearing on Monday, Anthony's defense attorney questioned the teen's father about his character. His father testified that Anthony was an A student, the captain of both the football and the track team. Anthony,
you see? So somebody who is an A student, he has a 3.7 GPA, right? So an A student, he's the captain of both his football and a track team. He's just gonna grab a knife because according to April, this goofy girl with her goofy ass brows, so looking like Ronald McDonald. So I'm like, so she said Austin called him the N-word and he was so upset. So he went in his book bag. He opened his book bag. He just like, started lunging at it. You sound silly. Okay, you sound damn silly. Why would he ever do that? Like, what the freak? 17, his whole life he didn't mess up. But that day, he's like, yeah, this is the day I'm going to be a killer. This is the day I'm going to lunge at a white person with a knife for calling me the N-word. A 17-year-old boy growing up in Texas, born in Baton Rouge, growing up in Texas. You think he never heard the N-word before? People sound so damn stupid on the internet. Sound so damn stupid. He grew up, born in Baton Rouge, raised in Texas. You don't think that this kid has grown up hearing the N-word from white people? Like, she sounds so damn stupid. You think we're like in 3050 or like 4050? We are in 2025. Dr. King, he died like 60 years ago. Okay? Like, Dr. King was like, it wasn't that far removed, okay? It was like 60 years ago. America is still racist, okay? 6 decades ago. We're not in 20 and 30, 25 and 40, 25 and 50, 25. We're 2,000 or 3,000 years removed that the N-word is unheard of. Dr. King, he died about 60 years ago. Okay? They're so insane. They are truly insane. They are truly, truly insane. These people are crazy.
His father also told the court that he is the sole provider of the family and cannot afford the $1 million bond amount. Now, time out. Like I said in my previous videos, when this story first broke out, right, all the bloggers, all the conservative media platforms, right, they just ran out with the stereotypical narratives, right? Carmelo Anthony must have been raised in the projects, from a broken home and a fatherless home. And, the criminality probably runs in the bloodline, right? The father probably doing life in prison for, you know what I mean? They ran out with the crazy trumped up stereotypes, man. And they made it seem like, man, Austin came from the all-American family, the Christian, the loving family. But then, in a twist of fate, in a twist of irony, it was actually Austin that came from a broken home, right? It was actually Austin with the father with the criminal past, with the questionable past, right? And it turns out that Carmelo was the one who came from the all-American family, right? Father in the house, father paying all the bills, right? Father, the sole provider of the family for, upper middle class family, right? Black man handling his business. But they ran out on day one with the false stereotypes. And all them false stereotypes they tried to attach to Carmelo actually could be applied to Austin and his family, right? Very ironic. Even down to the initial narrative they tried to set, making it seem like Austin was just hanging out minding his business at the track meet, and then Carmelo attacked him unprovoked, right? When in reality, now we find out that it was actually, Austin, unfortunately, the guy from the broken home, single mother household, he was the one that was actually engaging and initiating physical altercations with strangers in broad daylight. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. But like I said, man, keep your hands to yourself. Keeping your hands to yourself, man. That was the golden rule we learned as children. Keep your hands to yourself. The same exact thing as when they told us, look both ways when you're crossing the street, right? It's just certain golden rules we learned as children to carry with us through life, man. But anyway, let's continue. The judge ultimately ruled that.
Hold on. Let me play the video of Hunter even saying what happened. He needs to say it again. Let him say it. Guys, hold on. My stuff is acting funny again. My stuff is bugging again. Hold on. Let Hunter even say it. Let Hunter say it, y'all. Right there. And look at this boy's eyes. Every time he's telling a lie, he does something funny with his eyes. Look.
What happened? There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, you need to move. And he's like, make me move. Austin grabbed his backpack. The kid.
You see, Austin grabbed his backpack. Austin put his hands on people. Foolishness. Let's go.
The bond would be lowered to $250,000. And if Anthony's family were to bond him out of jail, Anthony would be required to stay at his parents' house and wear an ankle monitor. The judge said if Anthony violated the rule, he would be returned to jail. Now, let's take a look at some of the reactions on social media. This person said, Carmelo Anthony was never a flight risk. He is a teenager with no past criminal history. It should have never been $1 million. That is ridiculous. Next, they need to move the trial out of bigoted Collin County.
Yep.
Now, I don't know the demographics of Collin County, but I'm hearing it's like majority white American. So that might actually be working against them. Yeah. So anyway, let's continue. This person said, yeah, I used to live in Collin County. If he were white, I think he would beat this or get a slap on the wrist. But since he is black, he's really going up against the state of Texas. He'll probably have an easier time in Dallas County with the jury trial. But a motion for a change of venue would definitely be denied. This person said, they must have seen all the evidence to know the brother was innocent. Now, like I said, I don't know what they presented to the judge, but I'm assuming what they presented to the judge in terms of whatever evidence they've accumulated so far early on in the investigation, as well as probably the family's background, right? The family, the father obviously showed records of employment. The father is the sole provider, right? And he can prove, yes, this is where we live, this is where I work.
And this is why I said, this is also why I said they have to get a better attorney. They have the money. If they even have to go to Dallas and get an attorney, they have to. They really have to. Because if you can show that first of all, you have the data, you have the census data. So the census data is available, right? To see how many white people live in that town or live in that county, right? That's the thing. So if you were to pick a jury, they will most likely be okay. Then the fact that it's already racialized, politicized, so people have heard this, they have consumed the content. Another thing also, you can also, I'm not a lawyer, baby. The other thing you can also do, we can look at the past, maybe 3, 4, 5 years of criminal cases in in Collin County, and see how they ruled against Black defendants. And if most of the time Black defendants are found guilty, you can run statistical models. Yes, you can. You can run statistical models to show bias. Okay? You can run statistical models to show bias. This is very easy. And that's why also, so you see, Especially if you can add, I don't know, if you can add more math and statistics to this, you can delay this case. I keep telling you this. You can delay this case. Like, oh, you know, let's run some statistical models to see over the past like 3, 4, 5 years, right? When Black defendants who are facing any kind of criminal charge, murder trial, whatever, when they come in there, usually what kind of jury do they get? And usually what kind of verdict do they get? Are they usually found guilty? Because if there is a bias, if you're Black facing a criminal charge and you're usually found guilty in Colon County, then there is bias. So if there's, and it's really hard to remove bias out of people. You can also hire experts. We have experts on bias, and bias is not something that is easy to remove. Now the world is as it is. We have to work with it, and this is why we can't work with this jury pool. I need to move into Dallas. And also, if this case also is not about race, whether we are in Colon County or we are in Dallas or we're in Houston, if he's guilty, he's guilty. And if he's innocent, he's going to walk. Right? So you have nothing to fear unless it's about race. So therefore, you want to keep it here so that the family can get justice, I guess. I don't know. Right? You can play with these people. It's all paperwork. That's why we're donating the money. Play with these people. But I'm like, they need to find, whether it's Dallas, you got to go find other criminal defense attorneys. And you have to believe, you got to go find ones who believe that this boy is innocent. And he definitely acted in self-defense, because if it was me, I would have done the same thing. That's it. You know, like, you don't have to like double, like, but you don't have to stutter. If it was me, I would have done the same thing. I'm telling you, I've done the same thing. I wouldn't have even like, I wouldn't have, and my thing is, me, Marlene, you wouldn't have pushed me twice. I wouldn't have had to warn you twice. Like, they're just so easy. They're just so damn silly. They're really, really silly. Okay, some girl said Carmelo was jealous of Austin getting a scholarship because he was poorer than Austin. That makes no sense. They met that day. They don't even know each other. Like, how would they even know all of this? Like, at a track meet, they switch every narrative over. They bet we wouldn't care about our little brother. Oh yeah, nephew's coming home. They just make up stuff. I'm telling you, white people consume too much TV. They watch too much TV. They need to really go outside and get to really know people. And then they'll have less stereotype and less prejudice against people. Because they might not all be racist, it's possible. But they're very bigoted, they're full of prejudice, and they're full of stereotypes. And they're never good. They have bad stereotypes by everybody else but themselves. I'm like, please, go somewhere. I'm like, go somewhere.
This my financial records. My son is a A student, captain of the 2 sports teams, right? Never had no run-ins with the law. So I think a lot of things like that worked in his favor, right? The stability of the family, the fact that he had no criminal history, and probably the early evidence that's been accumulated so far early on in the investigation probably points in his favor in terms of the fact that it was most likely the victim, rest in peace, that was the one looking for a physical altercation. So all these things combined probably had the judge thinking that this kid is probably not a flight risk or a violent threat to society. He's not a danger to society, and he's not a flight risk. Anyway, let's continue. This person said, bonds have to be set at a reasonable amount.
You goofy ass white people. Let's even assume I'm a racist. Okay, Ann. What you gonna do? Sue me? Arrest me? Right? The heck? Trump is a racist too. He's president. So what else? I'm so confused. Like, what? Okay. Let's even assume I'm a racist. Okay. How does that change your life? How does that change your life? Am I going to stop you from driving your car tomorrow? Am I going to stop you from going where you want to go? Am I going to stop you from living a life? How does that affect you? I'm so confused. And Trump is a racist. He was president. Joe Biden was a racist. He was president. So sue me. Like, what the freak? Oh, you a racist. Okay. Sue me. The freak. Like, seriously, like, they're so damn silly. Like, every single American president has not been a racist. Like, Trump is a racist. Biden is a racist. Like, yeah, sue me. Like, what the heck? Sue me. You're racist. You're racist. Sue me. Matter of fact, vote for me. Okay, vote for me. Vote for me. Make me something. Yeah, exactly. Not racism is wrong. Exactly. Like, what the heck? They're so damn crazy. Like, they're so silly. Like, oh, you're a racist. Sue me. Sue me. Better yet, vote for me. Watch, I'm gonna find a way. I'm gonna run for something. I don't know, Senate. Like, go vote for me. That's very American, right? To vote for racist people. So I'm exuding the American spirit. So maybe I'll run for office, like, I don't know, senator, congresswoman. I'll make sure I'll let you know so you can vote for me. Like the freak, they're so silly. These people are so damn silly.
Amount that will encourage the defendant to show up for trial. This is a young man with a stable family who may be offering considerable assets to back the bond. He will probably be confined to his house and will not be able to go back to school. This person said,
The school thing, he can do the school thing at home. That's not a problem. He can be homeschooled. That's not a problem. That really is not a problem. He needs to finish his high school degree. He got to finish. He has to finish.
no surprise, here is the judge. Now, this guy says, no surprise, here is the judge. Now, apparently, this is the judge that presided over the court date today. I think her name is Judge Angelou. I forget her last name. But like I said, you see, they're making it about race, right? The same so-called conservatives that always cry about identity politics and playing the race card and playing the victim, right? For the past 2 weeks, they've been acting like the white liberals, right? The white conservatives switch spots with the white liberals. Now the white conservatives playing the race card. Now the white conservatives are playing identity politics. But at the same time, they'll tell you, stop playing the race card. Oh, man, it's not about race, right? That's their favorite phrase.
No, because the thing is, they only want to be able to do, like, the thing with white people, because they don't like to lose because they're sore losers, they only want the good things on their side. Like, oh, like, we need these rules for us to win. But you, because you're not white, we don't want you to use the same rules as us because you might win. Does that make sense? It's like, oh, yeah, like, they didn't have a problem with the Chinese working for like 2 cents an hour, you know what I mean? For 18 hours a day, barely eating food, horrible conditions, poor ventilation, polluting their environment to make all their goofy ass trinkets, right? But now that there's someone making money like $13,000 per capita, oh my gosh, you're stealing from us. You're stealing from us, right? All this free market talk, all these like, you know, comparative advantage talk, all this free trade business, now it's out the window, right? Because white people are sore losers. They are sore losers. They don't like to lose. They definitely love to win, right? But they don't like to lose. So everything always needs to skew in their advantage. Everything always has to work to their advantage, right? Like if self-defense worked for their advantage, if it was Austin who had deleted KARMELO, they're like, oh yeah, it was self-defense. It was self-defense, right? Like when it's them, they want stuff to work out for them. But they don't want to see people who are not black, people who are not white, have the same advantages that they do. That's why we call them racist. Right? It's one standard for them. It's a different measure for everybody else, right? The irony can be palpable. We don't care. I'm a racist while you're still here. That's like, this is so crazy, right? I'm such a racist, but you're still here. You see what I'm trying to say? You need help. You need serious help. The irony is palpable. You are so damn silly. You need help. Somebody is a racist, but you're sitting here just consuming the words of a racist. Are you actually okay? That's why you white people love like BDSM and all this torture foolishness. You make no sense. Mental health matters. Your mental health, it matters. Oh, you do what you want. So therefore, you're not even convinced what you're saying. The irony is palpable. The idiocy is palpable here, isn't it? You're an idiot. So I'm a racist, and you will continue to stay in a place where you hear racism. Your mental health matters. Don't forget, white lives matter. So do their mental health. You are insane. Like you people are so pathetic. Like you're so slow. Oh, child. I can't wait for the end of the month for you people to go sit out somewhere because you're Boost Mobile and your Cricket plan data. Foolishness. Anyways.
It's not about race, brother. It's not about race, right? But as you can see, ever since this story first broke out, they're the ones who made it about race. The same ones crying, telling you not to make it about race. They were the ones that made it about race. That's why I say, man, they want to attack you. And they want to dictate how you react. So when you react, they cry victim, right? Very similar to this incident, right? Yeah. We have Austin, the one that initiated verbal confrontation, initiated the physical altercation. And then when he gets neutralized, all of a sudden, everybody talking about why he do all that, right? But why did you go on the offense? Same thing here. Why are you bringing up the race of this judge? And these are the same exact people that'll tell you, stop making it about race. If it's not about race, stop bringing up the race of the judge. That's the narrative I'm seeing on social media today. Oh, man, it's because the judge was black. Bro, I thought it wasn't about race. All right, anyway, let's continue. This person said, figures, just another kangaroo court, right? So this guy says it's a kangaroo court because the judge is black, because the judge is a black woman, right? But I thought it wasn't about race. I thought it wasn't about race. So
but I even feel like for him to say just another kangaroo court, I'm like, Shout out to him for not being too racist, because he could have said it's a monkey court. You know what I mean? I'm like, that's impressive. I'm actually impressed with this one. He said kangaroo court. He didn't say monkey court. So shout out to him. Shout out, I guess they're getting better. I guess they're working on their racism.
Now, according to this guy, the courtroom no longer has any credibility because a black woman is presiding over the case, according to him. Anyway, this person said this was the most dangerous thing she could have done for his well-being.
Wow.
Now, I want to talk about that for a second. This person said, whoever he is, he said that the fact that the judge let him out on bond, that's the most dangerous thing she could have done for his well-being. Now, I don't know if you guys have been keeping up, but the spokesman for the family, for Carmelo Anthony's family, has actually said that the family has actually received death threats. Their home address has actually been revealed. So when I hear somebody say that, oh, you let him out of jail, so that might have been the most dangerous thing you could have done to him. To me, that sounds like a threat of violence, right? But anyways, let me jump into that clip and I'll be right back.
Today, we had a meeting with the leadership of the Frisco Police Department to discuss the matter of urgency in escalating racial threats and bigotry and online hate directed at the Anthony family. Let me be clear. The Anthony family cannot leave their home because of the growing threats towards their safety.
I know it's the same. Like, you're not teaching me anything. I think the Department of Justice under Joe Biden was full of like kangaroo court proceedings. We saw that with Joe Biden. So I know that's the thing. I'm just saying, like, I just feel like, you know, he kind of restrained himself because he could have said the monkey court. So I think it's pretty cute that he said kangaroo court. But it's the thing. We saw that with Joe Biden. So you're not teaching me anything. Hello. Right? Who is Dominic Alexander? Who are these people? Martin, Dominic, who are these people? I don't know who these people are. Who are they?
Safety. Their personal address has been exposed. They have received graphic and racist threats. They are being targeted with violence and simply because their child is in the center of this tragedy. We are here just.
It might happen. It might happen.
This justice must be fair and impartial and protected from biases. We cannot allow racism and bigotry to divide us. We cannot allow America to decide when and how Black people can speak up against oppression. We do not pull the race card. We live it. Yes, this case is a tragedy. Anytime a child is lost, we mourn as a community. Our heart goes out to the family of Austin Metcalf.
All right, we back now. So when I see that guy make that comment and saying that the judge letting him out on bond is the worst thing you could have done for his well-being, to me, that sounds like a threat of violence, right? Now, it's funny because in my comment section for the past week, a common phrase has been brought.
I don't know how he got it. The black guy with the blue shirt, I don't know how he got in touch with the family, but he also seems very, very nervous. And it's like, this is crazy. Like, you people, we need stoic people. We need people who believe in this. Like, you either believe it or you don't. You understand? And I'm like, and this is what we see from great speakers like Dr. King, Barack Obama, like who else? Like, you know, like great orators, like they're very, very confident. You have to be confident. The guy in the blue shirt looks like he's very nervous. He doesn't know how to find his words and stuff. Oh, I don't know who Dominic is. Who's Dominic Alexander? Who are these people? I don't know who these people are. Like, you're introducing me to these people. I don't know who they are, Charles. I don't know who they are. He is the low budget, all sharpton. Oh yeah, MLK was a Marxist child, but he was still a great speaker. Does that make sense? Like, you gotta, when you project, like when your voice comes out, you gotta have bass in your voice. Like, you gotta speak with conviction, because when your voice is shaky and then you start stuttering, people are like, what the heck? Like, do you even mean what you're saying? Like, did they make you say this? And it can't come off like this. Like, you have to believe this. Oh, okay, I'll look him up. I don't know much about him. I really don't. I don't even know how they got in contact with the family. I don't know. But he also needs to sit down. He needs to sit down.
Brought up over and over again. Disproportionate force. Disproportionate force, right? They've been screaming from the high heavens about how Carmelo Anthony allegedly used disproportionate force. right? Because he responded from being assaulted by pulling out a weapon, right? Allegedly. And they've been screaming from the high heavens how that is classified as disproportionate force. Now, if that is categorized as disproportionate force, then what do you categorize targeting an entire family because of a fatal stabbing that the victim provoked by initiating violence? But now the same people that have been crying about disproportionate force are the same ones targeting an entire family for violence. Now, let me ask you, would that not also be classified as disproportionate force? So now Carmelo's family, his mother, his father, his baby sisters, now they have to be put in the line of danger. That's why you cannot take these people serious. They'll talk to you about disproportionate force, only use a certain amount of force, and then turn around and try to kill your whole family. That's why I say you cannot take these people serious. They have no set ideology. They'll betray their own ideology depending on the situation. They have no true convictions. That's why whenever I seen that term in my comment section, oh, disproportionate force, I was like, man, they don't even believe themselves when they say that nonsense. When they say that garbage, disproportionate force, they don't even believe it. They don't even believe that doctrine of disproportionate force. They'll gladly use an excessive amount of force to an obscene level if given the opportunity. Now, in summary, overall is good news. Overall is good news. It was a good court hearing, and it seemed that they ruled in his favor. So, you know, one step at a time, that in itself is good news. Now, the next step is ensuring the safety of Carmelo as well as his family, his baby sisters, you know, his little brother, his mother and father, right? Making sure that they don't fall into the line of danger, because we know it's definitely, you know, they down in Texas, it's definitely a segment of America that want to take it back to the old days, right? They don't want justice. They don't want him to have his day in court, right? They want to engage in terrorism. They want to string somebody up and hang somebody from a tree. That's what some of them are desperately burning inside. That's what they want to do, right? But unfortunately, you know, we don't live like barbarians of the old days anymore, so they can't really enact what they truly feel inside. But it's definitely something to keep in mind. So, you know, whatever black communities down in Texas, definitely make sure that Carmelo and his family stay safe, and make sure that he is allowed to have his day in court, because we all know the same exact individuals talking about disproportionate force will gladly go from 0 to 100 and use an obscene excessive amount of force if given the opportunity. So we got to be vigilant. But anyways, take a look up on the screen. Pearson said police are aware of the reported threats against the Anthony family and called them unacceptable. He said the department will continue to actively interact with the Anthony family to ensure their safety. Now, like I said, this
is really crazy. Oh, thank you, Big Sis. Thank you so much. Kevin Hayes, is that because you said Dominic Alexander, then that was somebody else. Kevin Hayes is Carmelo's uncle. I don't know the man. I really don't know the man. Oh, Dominic Alexander knows Kevin Hayes. Put all the misinformation out on social media. So who is Dominic Alexander? Who's this person? Like, I don't know these people, Chad. I don't know these people, right? And I can't help but have the feeling that Austin may have tried to go after the knife and it got him in the heart. That's what I'm thinking. That is what I'm thinking. You know, because for me, I really do believe that the knife, because he told them, "Don't touch me, don't touch me," kept shoving. So I think the knife came out of the book bag to try to dissuade him. Oh, okay. So I'm writing all these names down. Okay. I will do my research on these people. I don't know these people, Charles. So I don't know these people. So Dominic Alexander, is that his name? I will look him up. I don't know these people. Okay, and Dominic Alexander is part of NGA. Okay. And then that's where Kevin Hayes is also from. He's from also NGA. So he's not Carmelo's family. He's just part of the NGA. This is really confusing to me. Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to learn all this. I don't know these people. I'm being honest. I don't know these people. This person wrote that we are cheering the death of some white boy. Actually, he's not some white boy. His name is Austin. So once again, stop maligning people, stop debating, stop the foolishness. He is not some white boy. His name is Austin Metcalf. He was 17. He weighed 225 pounds. He was a linebacker and he knew jiu-jitsu. Okay. So nobody's ever called him some white boy. You did that. You just did that. Nobody here called him some. We all said, no. Who? He can be a barbarian, of course. It's 9:00 in the morning. Yes, maybe I did call him a barbarian. Absolutely. It is 9:00 in the morning. Who has all this energy? It's 9 o'clock in the morning. It's a track meet. It's raining. What's the big deal if another student sits under your tent? To me, yeah, that is barbaric. You're an athlete. Be friendly. Be hospitable. Be kind. Right? But nobody said, oh, yeah, we're so happy he's dead. Of course not. He was 17 years old. That's why even me, I don't even understand like all this energy at 9 o'clock in the morning in the rain. And also, if your twin brother is there, Hunter was there. So why would Hunter say, bro, just chill? What's the big deal? Like, what? Like, seriously, what is the big deal? So you called him some white boy. You did that. His name is Austin Metcalf. He's 17. Okay. I've also his name, Austin and Hunter. Okay. So you called him some white boy. You're not going to project. You're not going to put that on me. You did that. Okay. You preach, be kind, yet every time you're visiting. Of course, I don't like your ways. I despise your ways. I hate your ways. Duh. Just because you preach kindness does not mean that you can also speak against evil. I hate your ways. I hate the way that white people lie. I hate the way that white people always have the worst thing to say about Black people. I hate the way that white people don't wait for the facts. I hate the way that white people are known for the Ku Klux Klan. I hate that. I hate that white people don't even know this boy and assume that, oh, he's from a broken home, single mom, and all this foolishness. I hate your ways. I hate that you meet strangers at a sports event and you don't even know how to be friendly. I don't like your ways. I don't have to like your ways. I don't have to say one thing about you guys. I don't owe you that. I don't owe you anything. Like, can you imagine like your white privilege, like the audacity? I don't owe you anything nice. You say one nice thing about Black people. You do it. Did I enslave your people? Did I traumatize your people? Like, what the heck? I don't owe you anything nice. I don't owe you anything nice. I don't owe you shit. Actually, I don't owe you shit. So yeah, I don't like it. I really do not like it. It really is upsetting. Like, when is it going to stop? In 2025, we still have segregation. Like, in 2025, white people still want segregation, even at a track meet. White people only, Blacks only. Seriously, in 2025, we already went through this with Rosa Parks. We already went through this with Rosa Parks. This is ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. No, it will not stop when I get over it. It will stop when you get over it. You are the majority in this country. You've always ran this country. You have the most power in this country. Federal, legislative, judicial, even with the executive branch. So be quiet here, right? Like, oh, what? That's what I told you earlier. Like, even if I was a racist, can I really oppress your life? Can I stop you from living your life? Can I stop you from being who you are? Of course not. Foolishness. Like, you say all kinds of foolishness. No, he's not a bot. He's a real person, but he's not even like, be brave enough, like, show your face and write your real name. We could actually be friends, you know, but anonymous. I'm live, YT. What do you say? Crying up at a hurt. I don't know what that means. I don't know. What does that mean? You are what? So anonymous, show your real face. You can put your picture up or you can put your real name. Nobody's going to hurt you. Like, you're crazy. You're really, really crazy. You say something, say one nice thing about white people. You're so crazy. You're really, really crazy. So you see how it feels? You see how it feels? Now imagine when you're a Black person and people don't even know you and they say things like, oh, you're from a broken home. Oh, you're a thug. You were just under the tent so you can steal. You were over here so you can hurt people. You see how that feels? Like, this is crazy. You see how it feels, right? It doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good, right? And it makes you feel away because you're probably thinking, oh, but I'm a good person, Marlene. I will never hurt people. I will never do this. You see how it feels? Reciprocity, right? You see how it feels, right? It's not nice when people don't know you and they just lump you up and start saying all kinds of crazy things. It really is not. Hey, Goldie, I missed you. Oh, you've enjoyed the live? Oh, how's the baby? Yeah, of course he's gonna come home. It was excessive. It was just exorbitant. Like, they're just doing too much. How's the baby, boo? I meant to show you these waist trainers last time, but you didn't show up. Kevin said, hey, Goldie, how's the baby? Child, you know what, Goldie? I could tell you were liking the live because I've noticed my edges growing back. I've noticed my edges were growing back. I thought, ooh, Goldie must be loving me. I was like, Goldie must be loving me because, okay, my edges have been growing back. Make it make sense, okay? Oh, I love you, boo-boo. I love you. Like, this is insane. This is really crazy. This is really crazy. Let's keep going.
According to the same people talking about disproportionate force, they believe that wiping out a whole family is equivalent to a fatal stabbing. Now, anyways, I'm not going to stay here too long, man. It's the point of a card. That's Celine back in the building. Yes, indeed. Cash App in the description. Support the channel. Album out now. Go to my homepage in my playlist section.
So this is the brother. That's his channel right here. Okay, that's his channel. Now, let's look at our brother Rockstar. Let's see what he got. Let me see Rockstar real quick. What he got. Let me see his channel. He was just right here. Hold on. Where's his videos? Hold on. I have his videos. Okay, here he is. Introvert Rockstar. There you go. There's his channel. Let's see what he posted. Let's see what he put. He got this one. Okay, let's see this one. Oh, he came on my channel yesterday. I was like, hey.
It's the story of a girl named
Megan,
who was young, single, and ready to leave home. Had no idea of how she was gonna do it. But her plan was to leave. Then one day, Megan met Jeff. He saw her and knew it was right. The first words was, "Girl, you're thick as cold grits. Can I have your number?" Megan said to Jeff, "What are you saying? Are you saying that you like me?" He said, "Yes, if I can get your number, I will call you soon." You see, I'm a realtor here in Texas. That's what Jeff said to Megan. Megan eyeballs had that dollar sign and said ching ching. And she knew she was the one who was gonna get a new house and an umbrella that said security. That Megan thought that she found the one and everything all right. The relationship was good for a while. And then Megan came to say, she said, "Jeffrey, I think I may be pregnant with not one, but two." Jeffrey said, "What the fuck are you talking about? I have a career and this is not what I want. Megan said, "You should have used a Jimmy. And I'm keeping these kids."
Okay, let's I'll be back. Okay.
I want to bring you some breaking news here at 4:30 in case you're just now joining us. Carmelo Anthony, the teenage suspect in that deadly Frisco stabbing at the track meet, just walked out of the Collin County Jail minutes ago. Today, a Collin County judge reduced the bond for the 17-year-old from $1 million down to $250,000. Anthony will have to wear an ankle monitor from here on. He'll be on supervised house arrest and can only leave the house with the approval from the court. He has to stay off social media as well, and he cannot contact the victim's family. Wanted to bring you that video, though. We're going to have a live report with the very latest coming up in just a little bit at 5 o'clock with WFAA's
Go ahead, nephew.
Brittany Moncrief.
Good job. Good job. I don't know who that is. Who is this?
We're up, we're up, we're up, we're up.
Good job, Mel.
Want to bring you some breaking news.
Good job. Good job. You know, honestly, me, Marlene, like it truly does. This dude needs to be fired. I already told you this. This dude needs to be fired. I want this lawyer fired. I want this lawyer fired. Okay, let me see what this guy's.
Joining us to walk through the next steps is trial attorney Daryl Washington. And this has so many different elements this morning. Daryl, thank you for being here. We appreciate it. Many consider the current $1 million bond to be very high. From your perspective, compared to other cases, is it?
Yes, it appears to be really high in this case. I've been involved with the case involving both Jordan Edwards, and you've seen in these cases where the highest bond amount was $300,000. So
wow. And this is where I don't know. I don't even. Oh yeah, he's beautiful. I don't even know who could actually file a lawsuit against this. Because if all of their history in Colin County, the highest bond, even for murder, because like there's been murder there before, but if in all of their history in Colin County, the highest bond has ever been $300,000, why does Carmelo Anthony break the record? Like this also needs to be a lawsuit, you guys. Okay. All right. Is that my computer doing all this, right? We really need to study this. Like, we really have to ask ourselves, like, if what is it called? Let me move this. What am I playing? Let me also move this. Let me do a little something, you guys. Let me move this over here. Does that make sense? You see what I'm trying to say? Like, if in the entire history of the state, especially the county, they've never had a bail. Let me take this down. If like in the entire history of the state, they've never had a bail this high, what made Carmelo's case so special? Because even that should also be a lawsuit. That should be a lawsuit. What about this made it so special? They thought his parents wouldn't be able to pay the 10%. That's fine. They could think that. But I'm just saying, like, how do you go from the highest you've ever had? Because they've had murders before. They probably have double homicide, triple homicide. So if you have a double homicide in Colin County and you never set the bail at even more than $300,000, if you had a triple homicide and you never even set the bail at $300,000, if you had a quadruple homicide and you've never set the bail at $300,000, what about Carmelo Anthony's case is so special that he breaks the record by $700,000? Because at because this is a real concern. Because what about other people who don't get media coverage? What about other people who are facing charges and they don't have the media, or they don't have social media to blow up their cases? Are they like they're just left there like to fight for themselves with these crazy ass these crazy ass bonds? When people, like this is the real meaning of prison reform. This is what real prison reform looks like. This is insanity. And I told you, sometimes stuff has to happen for people to get exposed. There's something dirty in Texas. There's something awfully dirty in Colin County, because if the highest bail in Colin County has been $300,000, okay, I don't even know if they did actually. There's so much we don't even know, right? But my point is, if in Colin County the highest bail they've ever had, even for murder, has been $300,000, what is so special about Carmelo's case at 17 that they had to give this boy $1 million? Because if the media was not involved and money had not been raised, he wouldn't have probably been able to make bail. And how's that constitutional? This is really, really troubling. And this is when the NAACP should be getting involved instead of giving image awards to Rihanna and Fenty Beauty. Okay? Make it make sense. Ida B. Wells be rolling in her grave. This is when the NAACP should be getting involved. Because so if you don't have the media, you're just in there by yourself with these crazy ass bails like this. This is insanity. This is insanity. This is real insanity. Yeah. Make an example for what reason? Do they even have the facts? Were they even there? Why would you want to make him an example if it's not the fact that Colin County place is ran by white people and white rage? That makes no sense. So in the entire history of that county, the highest bail was $300,000. But on that day, like, so 2 days ago, like about a week ago in Austin, about a week ago, it all of a sudden went to $1 million. They've never even seen bail that high. But somehow it's not about race. Unbelievable. If a black kid had been stabbed in the heart, would Carmelo even had $1 million bond? Yeah, because exactly, they're very racist. If Carmelo had stabbed another black student, right, would he have had $1 million bond? Like, these people are so damn racist. They are just so racist. Every time a white person wants you to just believe that it's not about race, oh, it's so about race. When a white person says to you, oh, it's not about race, you know, oh, it's about race. They want to gaslight your ass. Stay woke. Stay woke, y'all. This is insanity. This is insanity.
When you see something like $1 million, it makes you wonder why it was really that high.
Wow. Because he's black. Because he's black. And that also needs, like, they have to get this case out of Colin County. And all of this, you have, like, so I'm like, once again, if you have a great lawyer, fire that white man, sis. Fire the white man. The Jesuit priest, he needs to go back to Utah and drink his almond milk. That needs to be in their petition to have this case moved out of Colin County. Because if in the entire history of this county, with numerous murder cases, nobody's ever had a bail set at $1 million. But in this instance, because it's a black boy and a white boy is dead, not all of a sudden it's $1 million bond. This right here is a violation of the Constitution. They need to be sued for that. So it shows that they're not going to be capable of being unbiased. They're not going to be capable. He's not safe there. He will never get a fair trial in that place. They definitely should bring it to Dallas. Only 11%. Like, how are you going to even get a jury that is diverse enough, right? But you're not going to get that. It's not possible. You don't even have enough black people there. No. This is insanity. This is crazy. Wow. White people are so mean. This is insanity.
I mean, some of the things that you really look at when you consider in the bail amount is you look at that person's criminal history, whether that person's been involved in any type of prior crimes, whether this person is a danger to the community. They also look at the family involvements. So when you look at those elements, you saw the wonder why it was set at $1 million, because here in Texas and throughout this country, you have a presumption of innocence. Exactly. So when you have a bail amount that comes out so high, it gives the community sort of the thought that perhaps this person, there's some evidence out there that suggests that this person is guilty.
Yeah.
Given that high bond amount.
Sorry. And I don't know why he's stuttering. Don't be afraid to call white people racist to their faces. Say it again. You see what he's saying? So even setting a bond that high, he's saying that you are tainting the public. You're tainting the whale. Because if the bond is that high, it makes people feel like, oh, damn, he must be violent. Oh, damn, he must did that shit. Damn, it must have been really bad. You see, and this is what they do before the trial, to have this dog whistle language to kind of signal to people, yeah, he's dangerous, He's dangerous, We can't do this here. And I'm like, why are you stuttering? You need to say it with your chest. Why are you afraid to tell white people that they're racist to their faces? It's Texas. Do you don't think they know they're racist? White people are so funny. You don't think white people themselves, especially white folks in Texas, in Colin County, don't know they're racist? Why do you even stutter? Say it with your chest. Hey, this is racial bias. You don't have to stutter for white people. Say it with your whole chest. Foolishness.
That comes out so high, it gives the community sort of the thought that perhaps this person, there's some evidence out there that suggests that this person is guilty.
Given that high bond amount, according to some observers, do you expect the judge to lower it today?
I would not be surprised if that happens. I've seen it happen in a lot of cases. And one of the things that they're really going to have to argue for this bail reduction is that this person is not a flight risk. Because basically with the bail, it's a guarantee that this person is going to appear at trial. And clearly from what I've seen thus far is that this individual has strong community ties. He's not a flight risk. He's been cooperative with law enforcement. So I really would not be surprised if this bail is reduced.
Now, we know that Carmelo Anthony got a new attorney over the weekend. Chris spoke to that. What do you think that will have as far as the significance in this hearing?
Well, it's really hard to tell with this. I have not had the opportunity to really look into this attorney's background, but generally you want to have an attorney that has that is familiar with the venue. So perhaps that can have something to do with it, but it's not. It's pretty common to see individuals changing attorneys. So I don't know what's the strategy behind it, but hopefully it's a good one, because this is a really tragic case. Venue had the opportunity to really look into this attorney's background, but generally you want to have an attorney that has that is familiar with the venue. So perhaps that can have something to do with it, but it's not. It's pretty common to see individuals changing attorneys. So I don't know what's the strategy behind it, but hopefully it's a good one, because this is a really tragic case on both sides.
Yeah, well, of course, it will all shake out in just a couple of hours. Daryl Washington, appreciate you waking up early with us this morning. And of course, we will be in the courtroom for the hearing today. We'll bring you all the latest on our...
Okay. They got to get this thing out of Frisco, Texas. This is insanity. And that, like I said, this lawyer needs to be he needs to be removed. But look at this, look at this, look at this dirty white male just sitting in line. Who would previously assaulted somebody? They're so dumb. They are truly, truly silly. Let's look at this one.
Breaking new developments in that deadly stabbing at a high school track meet in Frisco. The teenage suspect just bonded out of the Collin County Jail after a judge reduced Carmelo Anthony's bond from $1 million down to $250,000. Carmelo Anthony is now under house arrest, and Brittany Moncrief is at the county jail where he just walked free.
That's right, Chris. Carmelo Anthony was released probably about 30 minutes ago, and this all after an unusual bond hearing this morning. Now, cameras weren't allowed inside the courthouse, but I can tell you that it was heightened security, including 2 metal detectors. Now, Judge Angela Tucker.
It's not about race, but people have to use metal detectors and heightened security. We already know who's about to be a terrorist. It's not black people. Okay, so you see, they tell you about it's not about race, but even those white people who say it's not about race, they don't even trust their own whites to behave. That tells you a lot. Okay, what are they? They're not thinking that it's black people about to act a fool. They're thinking like, yeah, these whites are crazy. So even white people fear other white people, especially uneducated whites. We saw the turnout of the election. Okay, waiting for the Chinese jobs.
Tells us that her office, as well as both families, have been receiving calls and messages that no one should have to listen to.
It's what happens outside.
Threats and, talk of race war and all kinds of insanity
That shapes matters inside.
This has definitely rocked our entire community.
While Collin County Courthouse holds countless bond hearings, it's this one.
How far did you travel to get here today?
3 hours. That's drawing more attention and more security. With not a courtroom seat empty, 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony appeared before Judge Angela Tucker for a bond hearing in the stabbing death of 17-year-old Austin Metcalf.
I think that this news station also needs to be sued, because this also is playing into a bias. Why are they showing these pictures of Austin? Is that how he looked the day when he was attacking people? Like, you know how like the young man sued the Washington Post? We have to start suing these news stations. We have to start suing them, because they're also part of the problem. They put these narratives out there. They decide who's the victim. They decide who's the assailant. And then people just start believing in this. If you're going to show good pictures of Austin, you also have to show good pictures of Carmelo, because otherwise you're playing into racial bias. This is why we repeat, white people are racist. You were not there. Just because somebody is deceased, you don't get to determine who is the victim and then who is the assailant. You were not there. There are a bunch of people, like even the guy, remember that one time in the bodega, the black guy, because his girlfriend wanted some chips. She didn't have money. She goes in the car. She tells her boyfriend. He gets really mad. He walks in anger in the bodega. He starts beating up on the old man. The old man stabbed him. You understand? Because and then the man died. He died. But at the same time, you can't be beating up on people in the bodega over some chips. So I'm like, this is like, to me, this is also racial bias. And this is why you have to sue these news networks. They got to be sued. They need to stop doing it. Like, white media has done this for so long in America. They are not going to stop until somebody starts to sue them. And this is what the NAACP should be about. Instead of doing their goofy ass image award, wasting money, giving these goofy ass awards to Kamala Harris, Rihanna, and a whole bunch of people who don't even donate. They don't even give money. Why are you wasting your time on these people? But these people need to be sued, because it's reckless journalism. It's a reckless coverage. Because when you do stuff like that, me as a defense attorney, where am I supposed to find a good jury, good members of the jury to also see my side? Did he look like this the day of? He could have been so angry, could have been red in the face. This is not, like, he didn't look like this. He wasn't like, holding his little trophies. Oh my gosh, Carmelo, would you please move? Okay, so stop doing this. They do it all the time. Like the way the media is so racist in America, the way the media is so prejudiced in America. God forbid a white child gets hurt. God forbid a white child even has a little boo-boo. Oh my gosh, he was an honor roll student. He was this. You all got to stop being so damn racist. No matter what a white child does, they excessively humanize him. They pretty much turn him into a deity. Okay? But when it comes to a black child, no matter what, even if he's presumed innocent, they will make him look like the worst piece of shit you've ever seen in your life. This is unbelievable. They are so damn toxic. They are so damn toxic. And it's like, it really drives me insane. Like these, especially white conservatives, like when that stuff is being done to Trump, they see, oh, fake news, fake news. They never have anything good to say about Trump. But as soon as it's a black person, they don't apply the same logic. You know what? If they could do this to Trump, who else are they doing this to? The media manipulates people and it divides people. And it's incredibly racist. But did he look like that on that day? Is that how he looked? Was he walking around holding his trophies on that day? So why are you showing this picture? You have no idea what he looked like on that day. But you're trying to sway people to have empathy and to feel sorry for him when the whole time he could be a bully. You don't know this man. You don't know him personally. You have no idea who he is. People are just assuming. And I think it comes also from the movies. Like, you know, in the movies, white people are always good, right? They're always heroes. They're always heroic. They're always like, you know, the white man is always a savior. He's a superhero. He's the genius that dropped out of Harvard, right? Black people are bad. Mexicans or Latinos are narco traffickers. Native Americans are Indians. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. What's it called? Muslims are terrorists. They always project themselves like that. It's like he was not looking that way that day. You don't know what he looked like. So why are you doing this? Why? And that's me, Marlene. I'm telling you, this is why every network that does not do something, yeah, Jesus is white, like they always deify themselves. Oh, I'm a deity. I'm a deity. Like, oh, I'm like Hercules. Hercules. It's giving Hercules. It's like, stop it. Stop it. It's so disgusting. And I'm like, until people start to sue these people, and still black people start to sue these people, until black lawyers start to sue these networks, they're not going to stop doing this. Yeah, exactly. Like they're never going to position black people to look good. But when it's Trump, they get, oh, that's fake news. That's the fake news. That's fake news, right? Because it's true. Even Trump, everything he does is not bad, but they never have anything good to say about the man. And you don't like it because you want people to show the good and the bad. Just like with Joe Biden, they had nothing bad to say about Joe Biden. You didn't like it. Now, I'm like, but when it comes to black people, they don't get it. They never say to themselves, why do we only see bad images about black people? Oh, no. It's normal, you know, they're so violent, you know, they're not violent. Like they don't have children who go to school and shoot their friends. Like they don't have their children who shoot the CEOs in downtown New York City. Like they don't have children who murder their parents to go try to unalive the president, right? Show me a community that doesn't have issues. But when they see like negative coverage of black people in the media, oh yeah, you know, it's normal, you know, these savages, you know. No, you're the savage. That's why you're so quick to believe the worst about other people. But they have to be sued. They truly need to be sued. We cannot allow this to happen. I'm like every news station. Me, Marlene, if I was a lawyer, because that's why I say he got to be fired. Every lawyer in Colon County right now that is covering the story should get a cease and desist. You're going to stop doing this. They have to be sued. They really have to be sued. And this is also when you wish that a lot of black celebrities who have so much money, instead of wasting their money on luxury cars and luxury bags and all this overpriced white trick and shit, they would also put their money in like helping black people to fight this whole institution. Because we all suffer from this. We all suffer from, and it's not normal for white people in the white media to always represent bad black people in such a horrible light. You got to fight for your name. You got to fight for your brand, and you got to fight for your representation. You're going to stop doing this. And if you don't stop, we're going to court because you were not there. You were not there. And they do it every single time. When they have a black person arrested, they show the worst pictures. Like they make you look crazy. They make you look violent. They make you look heinous. Just like they did when they used to have like those, like those crazy caricatures of black people, right? This is what they do. They will never change. This is so disgusting. This is so disgusting. Like you have to stop doing this. Okay, this is it. This is what they do with the media all the time. It's just that they just keep refining the image, right? But everything is always a minstrel show. Every time it's a minstrel show. They always dehumanize black people. Oh, they're just savages, you know. They're just barbarians, you know. You have to stop doing this. You have to stop doing this. They're not even giving Carmelo a chance. They're not even giving Carmelo a chance. Every time they show black people on TV, it's always a minstrel show. It's always something weird. It's like, what is wrong with these weirdos? But then they want to tell you, oh, I'm not racist. Oh, you're being a racist. Oh, shut up. You wish. I will never be as evil as you. My father's not the devil. I don't claim the devil. Are you insane? I will never be like you. I have the right not to like you. Make it make sense. Because you're a bunch of bullies. You are incapable of telling the truth, though. This is insanity. Every time they show black people on TV, it's always a caricature. It is always a caricature. Why are these people like this? And they need to be sued. Like the lawyer has to send a cease and desist. All the suspect, the stabbing, the whatever, do you have the proof? You run one more story where you make Austin look better than Carmelo. I am taking you to court. Think I'm playing. I'm going to write to the network. I'm not playing with these people. You want to stop this. You show a good picture of Austin. You show a great picture of Carmelo. Otherwise, you show nobody's picture. This is insanity. They're doing all this montage for this white kid. Do you even know who he was? This is utter foolishness. And this is how they taint the jury and they taint the public perception of this young white man, of this young black man. That they want you to believe that it's not about race. But when you show the white boy, you turn him into a deity. You would think he was freaking Hercules. Yeah, exactly. They only show Carmelo's mugshot. Man, I wish I could sue them myself. I might even go to law school so I can just start suing white people for the fun of it. Maybe that's how I'm meant to be rich. Maybe I will go to law school. They need to be sued for defamation of black people and the black community. They have done so much harm to our image. White people need to pay a punitive tax for what they've done to us. They need to be sued. When the Washington Post accused the white boy of being a racist against the Native American man, he won his lawsuit, Even Kyle Rittenhouse, he won a defamation lawsuit. But it's like black people are always so afraid to sue these people. And that's why they keep doing it. That's why they keep doing it, because nobody's suing these people. They need to be sued. This is like what in the black caricature, anti-black imagery, Chitlin circus is going on. They're such a hateful people. People like black people who are married to whites. I don't even know how y'all do it. I could do it. That could be me, child. Look at this. Trying to make him like he was a hero and he was this. Like, what the hell? So this is how he looked on that day in the rain. He was walking around with his little trophies in the rain. Foolishness.
The UIL track meet on April 2nd in Frisco.
Self-defense.
And they showed no image of Carmelo. This needs to be a lawsuit. This needs to be a lawsuit. Unbelievable.
Is a protection that applies to each and every one of us.
Anthony's attorney, Mike Howard, asking.
They mention his name. They don't show a picture of him in any of his outfits. Like, they don't show him as a track runner. They don't show him as a football player. They show him like this, coming out of whatever, coming out of the jail of the thingy. This is what they show, because this is how America wants people to see black people. They're so wicked. They're just so wicked. I'm serious. All these black people who are married to white people, I don't know how y'all do it. I don't even know how you lie to yourself. I don't even know how you lie to yourself. I don't know how you delude yourself into thinking that these people really love you. You are crazy. This white girl came to me. She's like, oh, what's a racist? I'm like, I don't know, white woman. You tell me. Like, you want to play these gaslighting games? You gaslight yourself, sis. Impress me. How you gonna ask a black woman what a racist is? Like they're so disrespectful. Then she gonna hit me with but my daughter is biracial. Yeah, I feel so sorry for her. And I can't believe a black man got you pregnant. I'm like, you white girls, you think you're so special because you lay down with a black man and you have biracial children. You have a biracial daughter and you don't know what racism is. You have a biracial daughter and you don't know what being a racist it looks like. So how are you gonna raise this girl to not see color? Oh, well, don't see color, right? She stopped responding. And I told her, if you ever need help doing her hair, because water alone ain't gonna do it, don't be a stranger. Make it make sense. They are so quick to want to have biracial kids because they see Kim Kardashian doing it. They see Kourtney Kardashian doing it. They see, what's her name again? Kylie Jenner doing it. Don't even know anything about black history. Don't know nothing about black people. Don't know how to raise a child that is half black. Don't even know anything. They treat black people like specimens in a petri dish. Oh, that's quite interesting. Oh, look at her hair. It's quite interesting. Unbelievable. They look at black people like some pet project or something. That's why every time they see you, they want to pet you. They want to touch your hair, touch your skin, touch your whatever. These people are just bizarre. They are truly bizarre. But bizarre or not, you run one more story like this. Even this story, take it down. I'm suing you. I am suing you. I'm going to get rich off of you. You're going to buy my Lambo. Okay, I'm going to get a Lamborghini and maybe an Aston Martin off of you. Matter of fact, buy me a mansion. Keep doing this. Foolishness. They do too much. They're so racist.
The judge to drop his $1 million bond to $150,000.
There are two sides to every story. And Carmelo is a 17-year-old kid and an excellent student.
Anthony's father, Andrew, took the stand stating Anthony is captain of his school's track and football team.
And instead of showing that picture, they're showing this. These people need to be sued. These people need to be sued. Oh, he's captain of his high school track team, but you show a mugshot. You see this? Racism. You see this? They are racist. Don't you ever, white liberal, white conservative, white in between, white libertarian, I don't give a damn. If they're white and they're raised and bred in America, they are racist. I don't care what nobody says. Because why don't they do another picture? Okay, you talk about, oh, he's a captain of his high school team. Why don't you show these pictures? There are plenty of pictures of him playing big in his football uniform. Why don't they use that picture? Because they want that picture of him as a criminal, like cemented in people's heads. That's what they want, right? Like even me, I'm not a famous person. I'm not that big like this, right? But even I have a picture. Even I have a picture of Carmelo. I have a picture of Carmelo in his football stuff. Here it is, right? So why can't they use this picture? And they need to be sued, y'all. You got to make an example out of these people. They need to be sued. If I'm a regular person and I'm able to find a picture of him in his football uniform, why can't they find it? Because they want people to have the image of him in a mugshot. And that's what's going to stay in people's heads when you have a jury. They're going to see that. This is what they're going to see. This is what they're going to see. You have to sue these white people into poverty. You have to sue these white people into bankruptcy. You got to sue them. You cannot just sit here and allow white people to play with your image. Nobody plays with their image. They always make sure to be the doctors in the movie, to be the heroes in the movie, to be the scientists in the movie, to be the geniuses who dropped out of Harvard in the movie. When do white people make movies and make themselves look bad? Right? If it's a Western movie, they're always the hero, like John Wayne or whatever. Everybody else is a savage. The Indians are savages. The blacks are the slave. The Mexicans are the barbarians. The Muslims are the terrorists. They're always the good people. And then they want you to believe that they're not racist. Have they ever had a movie about a black kid who went to Harvard and dropped out and started $1 billion business in his garage? Of course not. Of course not. Because those storylines of greatness, mental acuity, ingenuity are only reserved for white people. But if it's crime, though, black folks, narco traffickers, Latinos, terrorists, Muhammad, right? What else? Gang. If they do a white gangster, Russian, right? That's all they do. If somebody is a swindler or some kind of like grimy criminal, he's Chinese. He's Chinese. This is how they consume people, and it's all over Netflix. Netflix is so racist. Netflix is so damn racist. You go on Netflix, all of the movies about Latino people, they're narco traffickers. I mean, this is crazy. This is crazy. Okay, the vast majority of movies about Latinos on Netflix, they're narco traffickers. The vast majority of movies on Netflix about black people, if they're not in the drug game, they're in some sex work stripping foolishness. Okay, the movies about Arabs, they're all terrorists. Every Arab is a terrorist. When it comes to the Chinese or Japanese people, they're always seeking revenge. They know Kung Fu, they know karate, they know jiu-jitsu, and they're out here seeking revenge. And they have a family business. They do nails, they have a laundromat, or they have a Japanese restaurant. And behind the restaurant, there's crime happening, right? If there's a movie with white people being criminals, they're usually Russian. And they speak Russian, and they have these crazy tattoos, and they drink vodka. Okay? They're so damn racist. They're so damn racist. This is what Netflix is about. I can't even tell you the last time I watched Netflix. I might even have to cancel my subscription because it's so damn racist. And everything about white people, they're soft, they're emotional. They want to go cook in Paris. It's Emily in Paris. They're geniuses. They're problem solvers. They're these like covert like CIA agents. They're always the heroes. This is how they live life. And then they get to a point because they consume so much TV like that. They can't even distinguish between real life and Hollywood. They really think they are what they see in Hollywood. They really believe that about themselves. Meanwhile, the vast majority of them are uneducated. They're morbidly obese. They barely have jobs. They're on welfare. They live in the trailer parks. They're not who they think they are. Foolishness. This is not who you are. Stop lying to yourself. Stop lying to yourself. And we have to sue these people. We really have to sue these people. Like, it has to stop. If you're saying that he's the captain of his football team, why is he dressed? Why do you have his mugshot? Why? Because you've already decided. And you've decided based off of what? Your prejudice against black people. But then you're gonna say, oh, I'm not a racist. Yeah, sure. Feed that to the migrants on their way to El Salvador. Nayib Bukele is running out of food. Make it make sense. Foolishness. Bunch of racists. They're so racist. How exactly was I able to find this picture? Okay, and Carmelo has an entire page. Let me show you his page. He has a page of highlights, because Lacey found it too, huh? Let me show you. Okay, he has an entire page. If they were truly looking for, he's not hard to find. Carmelo's not hard to find. He has an entire page. There's a whole page with all his stuff on there. Here's the page. Okay, here is the page. Right? There's an entire page. He has pictures here. Why don't they come here? He has highlights. He has pictures. He has everything. Why don't they show this? And also, compared to Austin, he has more views on his videos. Let me tell you that part. Right? There's so much content that you can use to show a different face because you were not there. How can you people take sides? How can they take any sides? Right? It's not that hard. It really is not that hard to find good pictures of this kid and also give him a chance. Give him a chance to have a fair trial. And this is why most black people in America can't really have a fair trial in this racist ass contraption of a nation. Okay? Because the media just pollutes. They just pollute people. They just pollute people. There's so much for you to have content from this kid. Why are we doing this? Why are we doing? Is he even on his page? What did he write? He said, God has shown you the right path, so just take it. Okay? It's like he's even confessing God on his highlight page. 10,054, whatever, almost 11,000 views, right? What is so hard about this? They just don't want to do it because they know what they're doing. They know what they want. They're so racist. They are truly racist. They need to be sued. Oh my gosh, I wish I could sue these people. I would draft a lawsuit tonight. Unbelievable.
He says his family can't afford the $1 million bond as he's taken leave from work and will need to move into a new home for safety.
See, look how racist they are. You see, here's Carmelo's dad. Look right here. You see how he came to court? Do you see how he came to court? He was fully dressed. That's his dad. Let me make it bigger. Hold on. These people are so damn racist. Do you see how he was dressed? Glasses on, bow tie. He has a vest on. He got the jacket on. Look, fresh. So fresh, okay? Everything fresh, right? When you're talking about what the dad say, why don't you show a picture of the daddy? Why don't they show a picture of the father? Why don't they show a picture of the father? This is how he went dressed to court. They were all in the courthouse, even if cameras were not allowed in the courthouse. Oh, look at this. Look at this white whore. This is so crazy. Look at this child. White woman, don't you have an OnlyFans account to go take care of? It's like 11 o'clock. Don't you have your clients waiting for you on OnlyFans, for you to go play with your clitoris? I'm just saying, why are you here? Don't you have something to do with your body parts? I don't understand these white girls. Why are you here? Where are your clients? Don't you have an OnlyFans to play with? Go turn on your camera. Go play with your lady parts for $5 per subscriber. Why are you here? Why is a sex worker on my life? I am so confused. Why are you here? This is so crazy. They take a break. Are you taking a break from stripping or what are you doing? Why are you here? It's 11 o'clock at night. Where are your clients, sis? Where are the clients? Go turn on your camera. Go be on OnlyFans and play with your lady parts. Why are you here, white woman? Why are you here? Rubbish. Y'all better tell these girls. You better tell these people I'm not the one. You better tell these people I'm not the one. They're so bizarre. Why is she here? Why is she here? Why are you here? You taking a break or something? Why are you here? Anyways, Ooh, my goodness. Let me say this too, right? When you're talking about the father and what he's saying, why don't you show what he looks like? Why don't you show how, you see how quickly they look? And I'm like, even if the cameras were not allowed in court, they have people who cartoon, like they have people who go in there and they draw people. So you can get a cartoonist to show a picture of what he looked like. Why don't you show a picture of what he looked like? You know? And the thing is, if we had real black activists in this country, not just people who are waiting for the elections to get a bag, right? We would have a number, we would have the station's number, and we would have every black person call in nonstop to complain. We would harass these people. And I'm being so for real. They would never do it in their lives ever again. The man went to court. He's right here. Here's the father. Why you're talking about the dad, but you're showing a mugshot of Carmelo Anthony. For what reason? For what reason? If it's not that you're trying to cement an image, they want to keep putting compare, contrast. When it comes to Austin, angel of light, angel of God, baby Jesus child, little deity, Hercules. When it comes to Carmelo, criminal, mugshot. You're talking about his father. Show the father. Show the father. Why are you showing him? What's the point of this? And this is why people need to be sued for defamation. People need to be sued. People have to be sued. You have to sue these white folks into oblivion. You have to sue them. Like until they start losing their network, losing their businesses, losing everything they own. They're not going to stop doing this, y'all. You will have to sue these people. But the man came to court. So you know what he said, but you don't have an image of him saying it. Bunch of racist folks. You know what he said in court, but you don't have an image of him saying it. But yet you were outside of the courthouse to grab a picture of him. You grabbed a video of him going to the courthouse. They need to fire that white lawyer. They need to fire him. Have nothing to do with these people. They're unbelievers. Have nothing to do with them. Leave them alone. Because leave it up to them. They want the worst for black people. They want the worst for black people. They don't want anything good for white people. They don't want anything good for black people. They want the worst for black people. If it was up to white folks, they would find a way to grab all of us and just poison us or gas us to death. They don't want to see us. They want to unalive every single one of us. And fortunately for them, they can't do it. So what they do is they play with your image. They defame you. They slander you. They malign you. They turn you into this goofy ass, chitlin ass caricature of yourself so that everybody can be afraid of you. And they've done such a good job. Now, you're black, you go around anybody, they're scared. You know, I don't even know you. Like, what are you scared of? Meanwhile, it's the white people who go and steal from you. It's the white people who steal in your countries and kill you in your countries. It's not me. It's not me, y'all. It ain't me. Okay? This is what they do. Agents of chaos. Exactly. Like, make it make sense. Make it make sense. So you can talk about, like, look, they caught him outside. And they were also inside. So they have pictures. They have drawings of him. Why don't you use the drawings of the father? No, they're showing the mugshot of Carmelo as they talk about what the father said. Because they know you're not going to focus on what they're saying. You're not going to focus on the words. You're going to focus on the picture. You're going to focus on the picture. This is another reason why this case cannot be tried in Collin County, Texas. We have to get out of here. It is not possible. You got to file all these lawsuits. First, you send a cease and desist. They don't stop. You file the lawsuits. Every single network needs to be, they need to all receive and cease and desist. Do not play with these people. And if they keep doing it, well, there you go. That way you have everything you need, right? Pete, the title of her live, Kids Stay in School. Exactly. Kids stay in school so you don't have to become an OnlyFans like this goofy. Because she wants attention. Let's give it to her. This white, look at her. Look at her face. Botox, small lips. Look at her. I'm like, these girls are so petty. Okay? Burning all their hair. You know, the vast majority of white girls are actually brunettes, right? They will fry their hair trying to be white, trying to be blonde so badly. You want attention? Stay up there. Let them see your face. Okay? You want attention so badly? Stay up there. Kids stay in school. Says the white woman who's probably an OnlyFans model playing with herself. That's why she's probably a night crawler. Anyways, right? Why don't you show a picture of the father or a drawing of the father in the courthouse? Right? Because they know people are not going to pay attention to what is being said. People are going to pay attention to what's being shown, just like this one. I know it's a sore sight to see, but hey, this is what they find beautiful. They put the Botox over here, Botox over here. They fry their hair with this bleach and the 40 volume developer. They have this thin felt falling out, the blonde hair. Like these girls, they hate themselves. And look at this. Look at this. They hate themselves. This girl's a brunette. You know, she's probably been bleaching her hair since she was like 12 or 14, trying to find some kind of love, trying to be attractive to some goofy ass white man. They're so crazy. Let's keep going, y'all.
The stand stating Anthony is captain of his school's track and football team. He says his family can't afford the $1 million bond as he's taken leave from work and will need to move into a new home for safety reasons. But Cullen County District Attorney's Office argues Anthony's family raised more than $400,000 through GoFundMe and Gifts and Go.
It's the most unnatural thing for a parent.
You see this? So at no point do you see the dad. So the whole time they're talking about what Carmelo dad said, and they're showing a mugshot of Carmelo, right? Then they jump into the white man saying, oh, it's the most unnatural thing. These people need to be sued. This is severe bias. This is severe bias. They see it one way, so now their job is to get everybody to see it the way that they see it. And so if that's fine, you can do this. And as long as this is what they want to do, we got to get out of here. Okay? I mean, like, let her stay up here. I guess her OnlyFans is like, it's not working tonight. She doesn't have too many people watching her. I mean, girl, let her stay up here. She wants attention. We gotta give it to them. You know, these people, white people, they walk around, they want attention so badly. Like, they want to have, you know, main character so bad. Like, oh, give me attention. Give me attention. I'm a white woman. Give me attention. Here she is. Maybe she thought there were more black men in here so she could find somebody. I don't know. Maybe she's looking for a black man. I don't know. But let's give her some attention. She wants it so she can have it. She's going to stay up here. Okay? She's going to stay up here.
To lose their child.
Judge Tucker decided to drop the bond to $250,000, taking in consideration Anthony's age, ties to the community, and no criminal past. Anthony must be on house arrest wearing a leg monitor and can only leave home with the judge's permission.
I feel it's fair. You know, bond, as the judge said, is not supposed to be an instrument of oppression.
And looking forward to reviewing all the facts of the case.
It's those facts that we have yet to hear.
So as a mother myself,
you haven't heard the facts, but you're choosing a side. Why? These people are crazy.
I feel that it's very painful and on both sides.
And part of Anthony's bond is that he will have to check in with the court every Friday. And if he violates his bond restrictions in any way, he'll be placed back here at Cullen County Court. Chris?
All right, thanks, Brittany. You know, just in an hour from now, Frisco ISD will hold its first school board meeting since that stabbing, and they're expected to ask for a low attendance waiver at Memorial High because so many students were grieving and stayed home from school.
Okay. No problem. We're gonna deal with people later. Let me see what else do I have. That's why this is why you need an attorney that knows how to apply pressure. You need an attorney that knows how to apply pressure. Do not play with these people. Do not play with these people. Do not play with these people. You need an attorney that will apply pressure. Frisco suspect released. What are they even doing? You see that? And all these people, you take screenshots, you file a cease and desist. Okay? You file a cease and desist. You don't play with these people. Do not play with these people. Okay? So, like I said, a dub is a dub. Okay, white woman, you got to go. A dub is a dub, right? So, I think like tomorrow, because it's getting kind of late, so we can stop here for now. Tomorrow, we're going to do the we're going to do the first degree stuff, right? First, what they charge him with? Murder in the first degree. Okay, we'll talk about that because even that too is excessive. Okay, murder in the first degree is also excessive. It is. Let me go here. Actually, let me put this picture up. Okay, murder in the first degree also is excessive. So tomorrow we're going to talk about that too because that's also going to be reduced. Like I said, and hopefully the parents get to hear this. You need to fire that lawyer. This is not a joke. Have no pity, have no mercy. Anybody who wants to feel sorry for that other family, listen, they got to pick a side. There's no in between. You pick a side. You can't toe the line. You got to pick a side. They need to fire this lawyer. You need to fire this lawyer. Anybody who watches this and you know I guess the uncle Kevin Hayes, whatever his name is, you need to tell him to tell Mr. Anthony he needs to fire this man. If he doesn't believe me, he needs to sit back and watch the press conference and ask himself, would he want this attorney to give the closing arguments if his life was on the line? The answer is hell no. We watched the man come out. We were not impressed. We watched the lawyer give his little press conference. I was not impressed. Nobody should have a defense attorney who does not believe in their innocence. Nobody should have a defense attorney who doesn't even know why he was hired. That makes no sense. What do you mean you don't know why you were hired? Nobody should have a defense attorney who does not express to the world, convey to the world how scared you are right now. So you went there, Mr. Anthony, you went up there and you told them you were scared that maybe you have to move and go to a different house. And then they asked this lawyer, how about y'all safety? He's like, well, I can't really speak for them, but he was in the courtroom. That's really bizarre. That is seriously bizarre. Stop thinking that because Colin County is a white town, is predominantly white, what 89% white, right? That, oh, if we hire a white man, maybe he can convey it to the white people how we really feel. No, he cannot. He's going to be an op. It is very possible, highly probable, that this white attorney is going to work with the district attorney. Okay, exactly, more. This is not a joke. This is not a joke. This is the lawyer who's going to have to make an opening statement for your son. He doesn't even believe in your son. He doesn't even know why he was chosen. Like, what the heck? Okay, number two, this is a lawyer who's going to have to make closing arguments to the jury about why your son, right? Used, like, you know, this was a self-defense case. Nothing more, nothing less. Right? He was just trying to defend himself. He was not trying to murder somebody, hurt somebody. He wanted to defend himself. He's going to have to make opening statements. He's going to have to make closing arguments. If this was you, would you want this man to make your opening statements and make your closing arguments? No, you would not. So therefore, he needs to be fired. He needs to be fired. They asked him, how was Carmelo? He's all, I was so focused on what was going on. I didn't even have time to notice how he felt. That is extremely bizarre. He's just here for the money. So, like I said, you have to go look for lawyers in Dallas. You have to look for lawyers in Austin. You got to go look for lawyers in Houston. You can even go look for lawyers in Louisiana. Matter of fact, you might even go look for lawyers in New York City. Because it could be, let me tell you this, right? It could be that you hire one lawyer that has the license in Texas, but the entire legal strategy can come from other lawyers in other parts of the country. You understand? You're not limited to have one lawyer. When it comes to OJ, for example, OJ had a dream team. It wasn't just one person thinking. It was multiple people thinking about this defense strategy. You understand? Right? You need a proper team. So if you can't really find anybody that good in Dallas or Houston or whatever, don't even pick anybody from Colin County. There's not even a big county. Like, what big criminal lawyer you know operates out of Colin County? You need to get a lawyer from a big city who is not afraid of these judges, who has won many cases and is extremely confident and also believes in self-defense. You need a lawyer who is unapologetic in believing in self-defense. You also need a lawyer who's unapologetic about the Second Amendment. This is not a joke. This is really not a joke. Right now, you get somebody with a license to practice in Texas, but you can have a dream team with lawyers, criminal lawyers from all across the country. Do not limit yourself. Like, the sky's the limit, you know. The sky's the limit. Because one person cannot think of all of this. You understand? You need a proper team. Do not play with these people. This is what they did to Allen Iverson. This is what they did to Allen Iverson. With white people, there's nothing new under the sun. It's just the same thing repeating itself, right? First, we had Emmett Till, and then we have Samir Rice. There is nothing new with white people. Okay? There is nothing new, and with white people, there really is nothing new, right? You see this, right? They look just the same, actually, right? You had Emmett Till, and then you had Tamir Rice. With white people, there is nothing new under the sun. We've seen this before. This is exactly what they did to Allen Iverson. Okay, but his was actually worse because they actually locked these boys up. They're insane. White people are insane. They're enemies of progress. They're destiny destroyers. You have to neutralize their ability for evil. Okay, don't play with these people. Do not play with these people. right? Exactly, right. His defense attorney needs to believe in self-defense and stay your ground and the Second Amendment. You need an attorney that's unapologetic about self-defense. You need to find a lawyer that says, if it was me, I would have done it too. No apologies. And don't even feel no type of way about it. You need a lawyer that don't even feel no type of way. Like if you knew what I knew, yeah, you would feel exactly how I feel. Okay, so hey, to the family, but if this was me, I would have done the same thing. Point blank, period. You need a lawyer who believes in your son and unapologetically, unbashfully believes in your son. You need a lawyer who believes in stand your ground. You need a lawyer who also believes that you have the right to carry. You need a lawyer that believes that. Because when you believe something, it's so much easier to defend it. It's hard to defend what you don't believe. If you have a client and you don't believe he's innocent, it's going to be hard for you to defend him because you don't believe he's innocent, right? If you have a client and you believe that, I don't know, I'm confused, it's really hard for you to do it. And the jury is going to get the same vibe. The jury is going to get the same energy. If you have conviction, if you believe in your heart of heart that you would have done the same thing, it makes it so much easier because you're standing up for what you believe. And so we want to pay a lawyer. We're not going to pay you to say things you don't believe or pay you. No, we want to pay somebody who believes it for their time. I want to pay you for your time because you believe it. You understand me? Right? Yeah. We want to pay somebody for their time. You know what I'm saying? Okay. All right. So this is it. You see so this is the Bible verse, Amos 3, verse 3. Two people will not walk together unless they've agreed to do so. Okay. Do two people walk hand in hand if they're going to the same place? This is real, y'all. The Bible's real. There's everything in the Bible. Okay. There is everything you need in the Bible. Okay. Make this smaller. Okay. Amos chapter 3, verses 3 through 7. Do two people walk hand in hand if they're going in the same place? No. Does a lion roar in the forest if there's no carcass to devour? No. Does a young lion growl with pleasure if he hasn't caught his supper? No. Does a bird fall to the ground if it hasn't been hit by a stone? No. Does a trap spring shut if nothing trips it? No. When the alarm goes off in the city, aren't people alarmed? Yes. And when disaster strikes the city, doesn't God stand behind it? Yes. The fact is, God is the master, does nothing without first telling his prophet the whole story. Okay? So you can't walk with people who don't agree with you. That's just not possible. Okay? You cannot walk with people who don't believe in you. Okay? You should not walk with people who don't believe in your innocence. You should not stand with people who will not die for your freedom. You need a lawyer that not just believes in it. He's going to fight for it. He's going to eat this. He's going to die for this. Like, you have to be free because it will be a great injustice in the American history, right? It will be a great injustice per the Constitution. It will be a great violation if you did not get to walk out of this. He has to come home. He has to be acquitted. And you need a person who sees that for you. Before we go, I'm going to play a video of Maya Angelou. You need this in your spirit before we go. Hold on. I need to play this one video of Maya Angelou. Give me a second. Let me play this for y'all before we go. Okay. Hold on. Was it here? 1,000. Maybe even like 500,000, right? So this is not in 2020. This is Maya Angelou. She did. So it probably was in the 80s. So if they spent 100,000 in the 80s or like even early 90s, adjusted for inflation, you're talking like $300,000, $400,000. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money to find for her son to find his son. Keep listening. Mind you, the son was gone. The grandson was gone for 4 years and 4 months, right? Listen, y'all. Listen. Right here. So Maya Angelou, she has one son. She got pregnant at 16. Her one son he also had one son, right? So she only had one son. Her son he was married, he became a father. He only had one child. The wife comes in crazy, takes the baby. She disappears for 4 years and 4 months. Maya's son, he spent over, Dr. Maya Angelou, her son spent over maybe $300,000, $400,000 adjusted for inflation, 2025, to find his son. He never did. She was the one who found the son. She finds her grandson. His name is Colin. She calls her son. She said, I have your son. He doesn't believe it. She said, Colin, speak to your dad. Right now, you're going to see how she found the son. Okay. Are y'all still here? I'm going to make sure you're here. She's going to tell you how she found her grandson. And I'm like, if you don't believe in God, I don't know what else to tell you at this point. Okay. If you don't believe in God, that's number one. Number two, if you don't believe in speaking life over your problem, don't know what to tell you. Also, number three, if you don't have faith. And what is the definition of faith, y'all? Faith is what? Huh? What does the Bible say faith is? What is the definition of faith? Faith according to the Bible. Okay. Where is it? What is faith again? Let me read it to y'all. Hebrews 11. Oh, that's the angel number, huh? Hebrews 11, verse 1. Now faith is the assurance of things hoped for, the conviction of things not seen. Let me find another version because sometimes people like the NIV version, right? What is it? Hebrews 1, Hebrews 11. Okay. Let's read different versions. Okay. Let's do the NIV version. Okay. Now, faith is the confidence in what we hope for and the assurance about what we do not see. Let's do the King James version because I usually like the King James version better. Where's King James? Okay, there you go. All right. Is it okay? Let's go. King James version. All right, there it is. Okay. Now, faith is the substance of the things we hope for, the evidence of things not seen. So I repeat, right? If you don't believe God after this, don't know what to tell you. Number two, if you don't learn that no matter how scared you are, no matter how frightened you are, no matter how, depleted you are, you have to speak life. Like you could come out of seeing the doctor. The doctor could say you have cancer, you're going to die tomorrow. And you might be shocked, but you have to speak against your fear. Doctor, I hear you. But you know what I even hear louder? The voice of God. And he's saying to me, I'm going to live. But I thank you though. God bless you though. You don't let your fears get ahead of you. You don't allow your heart to grow weary. God is in control. God has always been on the throne. And also you have to understand that faith is the substance of things hoped for. It is the evidence of things not seen. And that's why I say when you hire a defense attorney, and it's so crazy because if you really think about it, like in a Christian setting, Jesus is your defense attorney because he died for your sins, right? The Bible says that God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whomsoever trusts in him shall have everlasting life, right? We are redeemed through the blood of Christ. God is your defense attorney. Because the way we are born as people, we are born to be sinful. We are born in a criminal nature. Jesus is our defense attorney. And no matter how wretched, look at how people left him. 12 apostles. When it gets real, only 2 people were left. It was James and John. All right. Only 2 people are left. But even within that, he still believed. When he's nailed at the cross, he says, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they're doing. You understand? Jesus was so convicted that he could redeem us, that he agreed to go to the cross. That's why I say, when you have a defense attorney, they have to believe in you. When you have a defense attorney, they got to believe in your innocence. When you have a defense attorney, even if people say, oh, the bail is this, the bail is that, and somebody got stabbed and this, your attorney has to say, I see you going home. I see you going home. I see your charges being dropped. And I even feel as though maybe, and most likely, this is how Johnny, what's his name, Cochran felt with OJ. That's why he got him home. You know what I mean? Because he had to believe, right? Maybe that's what made Johnny Cochran so great. Hold on. Something is happening over here. Give me a second, right? maybe this is what happened with Johnny Cochran, is that he believed that OJ was innocent. He saw him going home. And then it just happened. Because what you believe, you will inherit what you believe, right? We inherit salvation because we believe in Christ and we believe of the sacrifice at the cross. We are co-inheritors with Jesus because we believe. The Bible is clear. You are not saved by your works, but you are saved through the blood of Christ. But if you don't believe, you cannot have salvation. So you have to believe. So if you are a defense attorney and you don't know why you were hired, then you don't believe. And I'm not going to hold that against you. I just have to fire you. Because see, Jesus, he's my defense attorney, and he believed. And because he believed that he could redeem me through the blood, therefore I gave my life to him because he believed. So if Jesus says, Marlene, I believe in you, you're going to be great. I don't have a choice but to believe. If Jesus says, Marlene, I see you being this, and that. For as much as I don't even want to go to law school, but let's even say I go to sleep and he shows me a vision and then I go to law school. If he believes that for me, then I too will believe. It is not about what I want to do because I am a slave to what Jesus believes. So if Jesus says Carmelo is going home, we say we touch and agree he's coming home. You need a lawyer who sees you free. You need a lawyer who sees you walking home. You need a lawyer who believes, because it is so much easier to fight for what you believe. And maybe that's why it was so easy for Jesus to say, let not my will, but thy will be done. And he agreed to go to the cross because he believed that on the third day he would be resurrected. And because he believed, his faith was made whole. And therefore he was resurrected on the third day. It was just Psalm Sunday yesterday. You understand, right? Because he believed. What are you if you don't believe? Who are you if you don't believe? Where can you go if you do not believe? And I'm like, maybe that's what happened between Johnny Cochran and OJ, is that he believed that the man was innocent. And because he could see it, because he could see the man going home, OJ went home. He went home. And to me, that's what makes a great criminal defense attorney, is somebody who believes. I believe in my client. I am the right person for this job because I believe your son is innocent. I would have done the same thing. I believe. I see him going home. So now we're going to go back to the story of Maya Angelou. Go back to the story here, right? I repeat. Maya Angelou had one child. She had him at 16. Her son got married. He also had one child. The lady, the wife came in, took the baby. She disappeared with the child for 4 years and 4 months. The son spent over $400,000 to find his son because he said he feels as though he was born, he was created by God to be a father. He didn't find the son, but the mother found his mother found his son. Maya Angelou found her grandson. He didn't believe it. But she was like, okay, go talk to your dad. Now you're going to hear why she's the one who found the child. And you'll see it doesn't have to do with money. You'll see it has nothing to do with money. God does not need money. God needs us to believe. That's why I say every step of your life, no matter how bad it gets, God will bring you provision. You have to fear nothing. Even Jesus said it. Look at the birds. They don't sow anything, but God makes sure that they always have food. Why are you worried? Don't ever allow money to trouble you. But your faith, every day you got to increase your faith. It will be done according to your faith. Always. That's what Jesus told the centurion. It will be done according to your faith. Now you got to say, what is my faith? And if your faith is not big enough, ask the Holy Spirit to make it bigger. You hear me? Right? But you're going to hear how she found her son. You're going to, Kevin said, Kevin, I love you. You're going to hear how she found her grandbaby. It has nothing to do with money. And you'll see, listen carefully. It's missing, right? Oh, you're so sweet. You're so sweet, boy. But whatever you want to send me, put it in Carmelo's fund. The give, send, go thing, give that for me. Write my name there. Okay, do that for me. Give it to Carmelo. I love you, right? The grandson is missing, y'all. The grandson is nowhere to be found. And she's like, I want to build a place for my grandson. So then the man said, but where is the grandson? She's like, I don't know, but we're going to build anyways. Faith is what? Faith is what? Let's say it again. What is faith, right? The substance. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. So you see, by her building, oh my gosh, by Maya Angelou building that room, She was bringing, that's evidence, right? Because when you start building the room, that's evidence. She started building something physical. Something physical. That is your evidence. Oh, this room is for my grandson. The man said, but where's the grandson? She's like, I don't care. I don't know. I don't know what the grandson is, but the grandson is gone. But we're still going to build this room anyways, because that is the evidence. My faith is my substance, right? My faith is my substance. But this room right here, it is my evidence that God is going to bring me back my grandson. You hear me? Listen to her carefully. Okay? Listen to her carefully. She gonna say it again. We never gave up. Go play with somebody else. Okay. You see this? So she took all this time. She built the room. They built the bathroom. She's like, oh, and she built it like, okay, what would a boy like? And then she made the doors. She made it close to the kitchen. She picked the color blue and red. Mind you, she hadn't seen this boy in so long. But something told her, go for blue and red. The day that the bedroom, everything in there, the bedroom, the shower, everything is complete. The same day she leaves, she goes to someplace before she's Maya Angelou. And after that, they have some kind of dinner at the governor's mansion. A lady she doesn't know walks up to her and says, have you found your grandson? She's like, oh, Lord Jesus, another scammer. So she was like, no. She's like, okay, it's time for you to meet the grandson. She's like, okay, I don't have any money, sis. Right? And she was like, I don't need money. This is what you call a destiny helper. These are people who come out of nowhere and they just help you and disappear. They just come and help you disappear. Okay. And she was like, a week later, she had the baby. She had her grandson in her hand. And the lady had dyed his hair. She changed his name from Colin to Luke. I mean, all kinds of foolishness. Right. But you see, Maya Angelou, she did spend some money, but building that room with faith like that, believing he was going to sleep on that bed, calling it Colin's room, doing the shower, the this, the that, everything. She was doing it as if he was really going to live there. Not even live with his dad, but he was coming to live there with her. You understand? Then that you guys, you don't have to believe in God. Like, this stuff is real. Then the day everything is complete, it was as if God was waiting for this room to be built. Like, this is so weird. It is so, I was like, this is insane. I love my angel. The day that the room is complete, everything is complete. The room, the entire room is complete. Painted, shower, everything done. She gets on a plane. She goes somewhere. Like, she gives a speech. They go to the governor ball. A lady comes up to her and says, have you found your grandson? I'm like, what the heck? And this is not even something she was talking about. So how did she even know? Y'all, destiny helpers are real. Destiny helpers are real. It is like random people that you randomly meet. Abraham had one. Abraham had the Melchizedek. It's just like random people. They come out of nowhere. They help you. They unlock something for you. And then they just disappear. She said a week later, she had the boy. What her son, he tried to lead with money. She led with her faith. You understand? And I'm like, definitely, I got the evidence. Because I told you, I said, he's going to come home. I see him. I'm like, these charges, they all need to be dropped. Leave me alone. Right? But I'm like, even the parents, Carmelo's parents, they have to see it. They have to see it. Like, it has to be so real in your head. You can't even distinguish reality from what you're seeing. My son will not have any charges. I told us that they did this to Allen Iverson. I have seen this before. These people are clowns. They are clowns. And that's why when I saw the lawyer, I didn't like him. When he opened his mouth, I said, this man is not coming from God. This man is not coming from God. Because you cannot defend someone if you don't believe in their innocence. If you don't even see them walking. It's the same thing with Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela, he saw himself coming out of that prison. It took 30 years, but he saw himself coming out of that prison. If you don't see yourself coming out of your situation, you're going to stay in there. If you don't see yourself coming out of your situation, not only are you going to stay in there, other people will speak over your life because nature hates the void. Nature hates void, y'all. Nature don't like the void. And that's why you got to speak that over your life. As they said, even like, what's his name? David, that David encouraged himself in the Lord. You got to encourage yourself in the Lord, but you got to have faith. And when you have your faith, you got to have your evidence. This is what I'm holding on to say, this is my evidence. Then I'm not, you are crazy. I am walking. This was self-defense. You're not about to stress me out. You are not about to stress me out. So I pray. I will not stop saying it. Carmelo's parents need to drop this lawyer. Drop this man like a bad Amazon package. Drop his ass. Drop him, and God will bring you the right lawyer. Do not be afraid to get on your knees and hold your hands and ask God, bring us the lawyer of your choice. Bring us the lawyer of your will. Bring us a lawyer who will see Anthony the way he's like his child. Bring a lawyer that would have so much love for Anthony that even the thought of Anthony even going back to that nasty, dirty place, never. Oh, thank you, Kev. Right? All you have, it's not even your last name, it's not your first name, it's not your bank account, it's not your education, it's not your degrees. No, all of that is vanity. Okay? The most important thing you have as a Christian is your faith. And never allow anybody to quell your faith, to lower your faith. It's like a little flame. You got to keep your faith until it becomes so big. Anybody who comes with their doubt, their confusion, the flame of your faith will devour these people. Let your faith burn so high, so mightily that nobody can get next to you. You understand? Just like when they threw Daniel, Meshach, and what's it called, a bad Negro, when they threw all of these kids in the fire, the Bible says they were surrounded, like there was something surrounding them. You got to have faith like Daniel. He was so young when they were captured by the Babylonians. Like, well, maybe he was like 14, 17. I don't know. Right? But Daniel said, I'm not going to eat your food. Daniel said, I'm not going to be like you people. They threw Daniel in the fire. The boy, he came out. They said, oh, you got to worship the statue of the man. You got to worship the statue of Darius. Daniel said, I'm not worshiping anything. And he opened the window so they could see him. Like, I'm not going to worship this. I am praying to my God. Here's the window. Go tell whoever you want to go tell it to. I don't care. They came and they grabbed Daniel. They threw his ass in the lion's den. He was peaceful. It was the king who couldn't sleep. He was like, Daniel, has your God not forsaken you? He was like, no, I'm fine. Has your God not forsaken you? I'm okay. I'm chilling. Unbelievable. The people who want you harm, they're going to be the ones to be stressed. The people who speak evil over you, they're going to be the ones to be stressed. It is not your portion. It is not your portion. Okay? It's not. It really is not your portion. This is crazy. Okay? If he's okay, hold on. Let me find it for you because some of y'all, you need these verses, right? Okay, so I guess it starts here somewhere. Let me see. All right, so let me read. So it starts at Daniel 6, verse 12 to 28, right? Because y'all, hold on. Y'all need to have these passages because it's really important to know your scriptures, you know? Child, hold on. Give me a second. Here you go, right? Daniel 6, verses 12 to 28, right? Let me do NIV. I like NIV better. So they went to the king and spoke, that's Darius, to him about his royal decree. Did you not publish a decree that during the next 30 days, anyone who prays to any god or human being except you, your majesty, will be thrown into the lion's den? The king answered, the decree stands in accordance with the law of the Medes and the Persians, which cannot be repealed. Then they said to the king, Daniel, right? Daniel, who is one of the exiles from Judah, pays no attention to you, your majesty, or to the decree you put in writing. He still prays 3 times a day. When the king heard this, he was greatly distressed. He was determined to rescue Daniel and made every effort until sundown to save him. Then the man went as a group to King Darius and said to him, remember, your majesty, that according to the law of the Medes and the Persians, no decree or edict that the king issues can be changed. So the king gave the order, and they brought Daniel and threw him into the lion's den. The king said to Daniel, may your God, you see this? May your God, whom you serve, continually rescue you. A stone was brought and placed over the mouth of the den. These people are crazy. The king sealed it with his own signet ring and with the rings of this noble so that Daniel's situation might not be changed. Like, this is real, y'all. Then the king returned to his palace and spent the night without eating and without any entertainment being brought to him. He was sad. You see, they will do you harm, but they themselves will be sad. Like what they do for you, what they do against you, they're doing it to themselves. And he could not sleep. Why not? Why can't you sleep? At the first light of dawn, the king got up and hurried to the lion's den. When he came near the den, he called to Daniel in an anguished voice, Daniel, servant of the living God, has your God whom you serve continually been able to rescue you from the lion's den? Daniel answered, may the king live forever. My God sent his angel, and he shut the mouths of the lion. They have not hurt me because I was found innocent in his sight, nor have I ever done any wrong before you, your majesty. The king was overjoyed and gave orders to lift Daniel out of the den. And when Daniel was lifted from the den, no wound was found on him because he had trusted in his God. At the king's command, the men who had falsely accused Daniel were brought in and thrown into the lion's den, along with their wives and their children. And before they reached the floor of the den, the lions overpowered them and crushed all of their bones. Then King Darius wrote to all the nations and peoples of every language in all the earth, may you prosper greatly. I issue a decree that in every part of my kingdom, people must fear and reverence the God of Daniel, for he is the living God and he endures forever. His kingdom will not be destroyed. His dominion will never end. He rescues and he saves. He performs signs and wonders in the heavens and on earth. He has rescued Daniel from the power of the lions. So Daniel prospered during the reign of Darius and the reign of the Cyrus of Persia, of Cyrus the Persian. Okay, sorry, y'all, I was gone. You understand me, right? Do not fear. I'm like, child, when these people accuse you, throwing you in the lion's den, they throw you in prison, they throw you in the jailhouse, they take your mugshot, you must serve your God continually. And therefore, the Bible said, let the praises of the Lord, let the praises, child, hold on, wait a second. Praises of the Lord continually, right, be in my mouth. There you go, Psalm 1, Psalm 34. Verse 1. You guys, every situation that happens in the life of a believer is meant for us to praise God. You hear me? Right? Let me see if I can click on this, the whole thing. Let me see if I can see the whole thing. Okay. Psalm 34 of David, when he pretended to be insane before Abimelech, who drove him away and he left. I will extol the Lord at all times. His praise will always be on my lips. I will glory in the Lord. Let the afflicted hear and rejoice. Glorify the Lord with me. Let us exalt his name together. I sought the Lord and he answered me, right? He delivered me from all of my fears. Those who look to him are radiant. Their faces are never covered with shame. This poor man called and the Lord heard him. He saved him out of all his troubles. The angel of the Lord encamps around those who fear him and he delivers them. Taste and see that the Lord is good. Blessed is the one who takes refuge in him. Fear the Lord, you his holy people, for those who fear him lack nothing. Let me make sure my thing is still on. My thing is still on, right? Y'all, oh no, sorry. Oh, why not? Where am I? Oh my gosh, I forgot to do this. Sorry, you guys, my bad. I apologize. Let's start over. Do you see this? Sorry, y'all. Hopefully you can see this, right? Psalm 31, let's go. Psalm 34. Ooh, NIV version, Psalm 34 of David, when he pretended to be insane before Abimelech, who drove him away and he left. I will extol the Lord at all times. His praise will always be on my lips. I will glory in the Lord. Let the afflicted hear and rejoice. Glorify the Lord with me. Let us exalt his name together. I sought the Lord and he answered me. He delivered me from all of my fears. Those who look to him are radiant. Their faces are never covered in shame. This poor man called and the Lord heard him. He saved him out of all his troubles. The angel of the Lord encamps around those who fear him and he delivers them. Taste and see that the Lord is good. Blessed is the one who takes refuge in him. Fear the Lord, you his holy people, for those who fear him lack nothing. The lions may grow weak and hungry, but those who seek the Lord lack no good thing. Come, my children, listen to me. I will teach you to fear the Lord. Whoever of you loves life and desire to see many good days, keep your tongue from evil and keep your lips from telling lies. Somebody sent this to a white woman. Turn from evil and do good. Seek peace and pursue it. The eyes of the Lord are on the righteous, and he hears all the attentive. His ears are attentive to their cry. But the face of the Lord is against those who do evil, to blot out their name from the earth. The righteous cry out, and the Lord hears them. He delivers them from all their troubles. The Lord is close to the brokenhearted, and he saved those who are crushed in spirit. The righteous person may have many troubles, but the Lord delivers him from them all. He protects all of his bone. Not one will be broken. Evil will slay the wicked. The foes of the righteous will be condemned. The Lord will rescue his servants. For no one who takes refuge in him will be condemned. Amen. Okay. So hopefully y'all saw this, right? Be encouraged. Hebrews 11, verse 1, right? And then Psalms 34. Read the whole Psalms. Okay. Read the entire Psalms, because this is not just about Carmelo. I'm sure a lot of people too, your heart is really weary. Your heart is really, really heavy. You need to read Psalm 34 every day, all day, until you get to a place where you believe everything, until you start to feel very, very, very light. You understand, right? You understand, right? Is it 19? Okay, here it is, 18, right? The Lord is close to the brokenhearted, and he saved those who are crushed in spirit. You understand me? Fear nothing. You were born to succeed. You were born to overcome, and you were born to be triumphant. You have nothing to fear. 1,000 to your right, 10,000 to your left. They will not touch you. Okay? They won't touch you. Tomorrow, I'll give you more Bible verses. Tomorrow, we'll do the whole first degree thing, and that's just BS, okay? So I love you guys. Enjoy your night. I'm going to get some sleep, and I'll be back tomorrow morning, okay? Love y'all. Do not be sad. Carmelo, mother and father, please fire this attorney for me, okay? Love y'all. See you tomorrow. Oh, you're welcome, Kev. See you tomorrow, y'all. Do not be sad. God is good. God is beautiful. I love God. I sure do love God. I love God. I don't know about you, though, but I love God, okay? And to the white girl that came outside, you got on my nerves, but I shouldn't have called you a W, but you got on my nerves, okay? Bisous. Good night, everybody. Love y'all. See you tomorrow. Bisous. Good night. Let's go to sleep.